Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the ABG's Life Science Summit. My name is Gonzalo Artiach, and I'm a biotech equity analyst here at ABG. The first company of the day is Cereno Scientific, a company developing new drugs for cardiovascular diseases. With us, we have here Sten Sorensen, the CEO. Please, Sten, the word is yours.
Thank you, Gonzalez. And thank you for the invitation, ABG. I'm very excited to be here and report on our progress with Cereno Scientific, which has been quite dramatic over the last year. So, Cereno Scientific is developing new drugs for rare and common cardiovascular diseases. It's built on a vision by Professor Sverker Jern to uncouple the potential of epigenetic modulation through HDAC inhibition for patients that suffer of cardiovascular disease, the most common cause of death in the world. Our lead program is CS1. We have that in phase 2 in PAH performed in the US. We have, in addition, 2 preclinical programs that we're performing in a collaboration with the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. So we have a headquarters in Gothenburg. We have an affiliate in Boston, Cereno Inc., and major R&D projects in the US, as I mentioned. This vision of Professor Sverker Jern and the drive that we have and passion for these developments have been attracted a strong following from thought leaders, global thought leaders around the world. I have myself pursued 2 paradigm shifts in heart failure that have led to new treatments and saving lives every day with these 2 programs in mineralocorticoid receptor antagonism and with beta blockers at Monsanto and at AstraZeneca. In those efforts, Bertram Pitt was part of the first one, and Dr. Faiez Zanad was part of the other one. And this is a picture of our Global Scientific Advisory Board, 2 members from Harvard and Dr. Gunnar Olsson, who was previously global head of clinical research at AstraZeneca. The latest addition is a top opinion leader, Raymond Benza, who's principal investigator for our PH trial in phase 2 in the US. So these are the 3 programs that we are pursuing. And the first one is an HDAC inhibitor. We call it CS1 in phase 2. And we aim to complete the trial and report top-line data by the end of this year. The 2 other programs pursued at University of Michigan is prostacyclin receptor agonist, CS585, halfway through a 2-year program towards an IND submission by next summer. And then we have CS014, that's a novel HDAC inhibitor program. Also that one halfway through a 2-year program towards an IND submission and then into the clinic by the end of next year. Now, why are we in pulmonary arterial hypertension? This is a very severe disease. It affects a lot of people. And what happens is that you have too much pressure in your lungs, you get remodeling of your vessels, and the right heart eventually fails, and these patients die way too early. There is a significant unmet need in this patient population based on both the side effect profiles of current drugs, but also the efficacy needs to be improved. And most importantly, you would like to impact the remodeling aspects of the heart and the vessels and reverse that remodeling. Let's look at that a little further. But first, the market is approaching $10 billion and is growing, and both patients and drugs are growing in sales. Now, there are a number of classes of drugs used today, but basically they are vasodilators, so they lower the pressure, and FDA approves these drugs based on improved physical capacity to walk, 6-minute walk tests. These drugs are not approved by impacting remodeling. Now, you have a strong need for therapies that do that, but also for safer and more tolerable treatments. There's also room to improve when it comes to administration, how patient takes these drugs. So let's go to HDAC inhibition. What is epigenetic modulation? Well, it is epigenetic modulation is how you can impact the expression of proteins that is mapped in the DNA. And in some individuals, these protein expressions are wrong, and you can help them by epigenetic modulation therapies. Cereno Scientific is the first company to deploy this development for clinical use of HDAC inhibitor in cardiovascular disease. The scientific advisory board and the chairman, Dr. Pitt, approached me based on our previous contacts and work together when he discovered what we were up to. And we formed the scientific advisory board that I just showed, and they immediately started to review the data together with us and pursue the publication in The Lancet, one of the most prestigious peer journals on cardiovascular disease and in science in general. And this was published last year. And it discloses the scientific data that's there already that documents in various preclinical models and clinical how large potential there is with HDAC inhibition in cardiovascular disease. And this made Cereno to do a broader strategic review and also reprioritize our first indication, and that became pulmonary arterial hypertension. And there are a number of diseases that we could address with this mode of action. We have chosen pulmonary arterial hypertension because it's a very severe disease, and it fits very well like a glove with the characteristics that our drug has from an efficacy profile point of view. But with all these indications, and in cardiovascular disease in general, there is a disease progression that involves cardiovascular remodeling, both in the vessels and in the heart. And that impacts these patients, and both from a morbidity and mortality point of view. So we have a major potential to impact not only PH, but other indications. It's like a platform for research. Now, this all started with Professor Sverker Jern and his vision that we should have drugs for patients that are at risk for thrombosis development, which is the major cause of death in cardiovascular death, and that impacts major organs such as the brain, called stroke, or myocardial infarction with the heart. And it's an occlusion of the blood's flow that then makes the brain or the heart cells die because of lack of oxygen. The body has its own defense mechanism. It's like sprinklers in a high-rise with water. But in the body, we have not water in those sprinklers. We have a fibrinolytic substance, something that can dissolve a clot that is starting to grow and become dangerous for occlusion. And the body has this defense mechanism to protect itself. But in risk patients, this fibrinolytic substance in this cardiovascular vessel walls is very low. And Professor Sverker Jern identified the ability to upgrade the production, synthesis, storage, and release capacity of that substance with HDAC inhibitor. And that is the foundation of Cereno Scientific. And we have documented that by using such an approach, we can prevent thrombosis development without the risk of bleeding in live animals. So let's move on. We moved towards the PAH indication because that fits the broader scope of HDAC inhibition and the documentation that's there. And this market is really hot. In November, Merck acquired Acceleron for $11.5 billion, mainly because of their PAH program, the most advanced program, which they by hearsay paid $7.5 billion for, a program that had completed phase 2 in the clinic. This is in the field that we are, and the reason Merck acquired this is that there is indication that that drug, sotatercept, has a potential for reverse remodeling, so disease-modifying capacity, not only lowering the pressure. And that's exactly where Cereno is also targeting with HDAC inhibition. Now, let's look at our first and most advanced program, CS1, which has a competitive profile with strong supporting data. Now, back to sotatercept. And here you see to the left characteristics and describing sotatercept. And you see the patent 2036, orphan drug designation, and so on. Potential disease modifying, pulmonary pressure reduction is important and a given. But then reverse remodeling, antifibrotic, anti-inflammatory, anti-thrombotic capacities you would like to have for these patients. And then look at CS1. So these are two different mode of actions. Sotatercept was bought for $7.5 billion in end of phase 2. CS1 is in phase 2. And as you can see, we complement sotatercept. We have the same type of characteristics. And in addition, we are also an anti-thrombotic. And I'll show you some more information and why we and the top opinion leaders in this field believe that we are onto something really important. I won't go into detail here, but this is 4 preclinical studies in rat models in pulmonary arterial hypertension. And there are 2 studies here on sotatercept, and there are 2 studies on Cereno's substance VPA. And you see the different characteristics on the top of this chart: pulmonary pressure reduction, reverse remodeling, antifibrotic, anti-inflammatory, anti-thrombotic. Now, as you can see, has the same kind of efficacy data in all these aspects as sotatercept in preclinical models, in these 4 models. We have a different approach, HDAC inhibition, and they have a monoclonal TGF-beta trap molecule, and they are now in phase 3. And if you look at the market, this is showing on top of HDAC inhibition, there in the middle, and Cereno, are the marketed drugs. They're basically vasodilators. They dilate the vessel, lower the pressure, but they don't claim reverse remodeling or disease-modifying capacity. If you look at below, you see the new developments. These are not on the market yet, and there on the top, you see sotatercept, and that's the drug that we are comparing and benchmarking us against. And all of the newer drugs are approaching and trying to prove reverse remodeling. And we believe that we are as good as sotatercept in the preclinic, and maybe the best drug here. We'll see. We'll have to prove it. Now, why is this so interesting? Well, we know from preclinical work that we reduce the pulmonary pressure. We know that we have both prevention and reverse remodeling, reverse the remodeling of the heart and the vessels when treated, that we are an anti-fibrotic, anti-inflammatory, and that we also prevent thrombosis in models, which is an end-stage problem in these patients. And I'll show you here 3 proof of concept studies with HDAC inhibition in cardiovascular disease. This is one of these studies in pulmonary arterial hypertension where we show prevention and reverse remodeling and impact all the inflammation parameters that are risen in these rats when they develop PAH. This is another very interesting proof of concept study. It is, in a way, a proof of concept of SPAF, stroke prevention in atrial fibrillation. That is the major indication for anticoagulants and antiplatelet drugs in the $25 billion prevention of thrombosis market in man. And there's a big problem in that market, as I mentioned up front, that there is too little efficacy and there's a major risk, which is bleeding. So you put every patient at risk of bleeding 24/7 with the current therapies. That's how they work. Now, with HDAC inhibition, we have proven that we prevent thrombosis in preclinic without the risk of bleed. What happens in these patients and why do they get a stroke? Well, there is a fibrotic development, a connective tissue growth in the vessels and in the heart, which leads to supraventricular arrhythmias, and then that leads to thrombosis and stroke in the brain. This is a genetic mice model that develops fibrosis in the vessels and in the heart, leads to supraventricular arrhythmias, leads to thrombosis, emboli in the heart. And if you use our substance compared to control, you prevent mitigate the development of fibrosis, you delay the onset of supraventricular arrhythmias, and you reduce the thrombosis risk and the thrombosis incidence. So this is a proof of concept in prevention of thrombosis in fibrotic animals. This is the third proof of concept in animals, and this is the prevention of thrombosis. You might have read our press release of our new agent this week, that we prevent thrombosis in animal models with HDAC inhibition with CS014. This is a previous study that was done with the substance in CS1. So here you hurt the mouse and they develop a clot, and if you are on HDAC inhibition with our substance in advance, you reduce the thrombosis formation, and that's done by the increased level of the fibrinolytic substance. That's the green here in the picture. So that now I've shown you 3 proof of concept studies in preclinic with HDAC inhibition in cardiovascular disease models. Our clinical program for CS1, our lead compound, has gone through a phase 1 trial, no issues, and a targeted release profile, no issues with bleeding. We are now, as I mentioned, in phase 2, and we're very excited about that study. And so is our principal investigator and top opinion leader, Dr. Raymond Benza, as you can see from this quote. Who is else excited about this? Our global collaborative partner in this study, major healthcare company Abbott. We made a collaboration agreement with Abbott last year that we will collaborate together with them, use their cutting-edge technology to measure pressure in the lungs with an implantable device. It's already approved, that device, CardioMEMS, in heart failure, and pulmonary arterial hypertension patients develop right heart failure. And of course, Abbott would like to move into PAH with their device. So we are collaborating with this in 10 centers in the US. We're very happy about that collaboration. It's the first time in Abbott's history of 120 years that they've made this kind of collaboration with a medical device and a pharma company. Now, the study is in 10 centers. Patients have PAH. They're screened. They're implanted with the implantable CardioMEMS device, stabilized for 6 weeks, and then we have a 12 weeks treatment period, and the patients are randomized to 3 different dosages, and then there's a follow-up period. The key objective of this study is safety and tolerance, but we also measure a number of efficacy parameters, the standard ones, 6 minutes walk test and pressure, of course, but also another biomarkers to evaluate HDAC inhibition in these patients and also lead us to advise for the dose for the next study. Our preclinical pipeline is CS585 and CS014, as I mentioned. Collaboration deal signed last year with University of Michigan, 2-year programs for each substance, and we're half year through. And you might have seen that we released the candidate drug nomination for each drug the last 2 weeks. So we're very happy with the development, and we also have some new exciting data, which I will get to. Dr. Mike Hollenstadt is our Director of Translation Research, and he leads our programs at University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Now, the first program is a prostacyclin receptor agonist. It's very stable, potent, and selective, which is needed in that class of drugs for PAH. So we signed an agreement, an option to get global development and marketing rights by the end of year 2, and we have nominated the candidate drug. We aim to submit an IND submission by the summer next year and move into the clinic phase 1 by the end of next year. The second preclinical program is the HDAC inhibitor. It's a novel HDAC inhibitor that we are very happy with so far, and this is also undergoing evaluation documentation for an IND at University of Michigan. And it has the same target timeline to submit an IND by the summer next year and move into phase 1 by the end of next year. Now, in the last week, we have released 3 new press releases in relation to our 3 development programs. The HDAC inhibitor, no, I should say the CS585, the prostacyclin receptor agonist, was accepted at the European Hematology Association, which held in Vienna in June. And Mike Hollenstadt will present data. And the title of the talk is CS585 is a first-in-class compound targeting the IP receptor for prevention of thrombosis without increased risk of bleeding. It's the first time this is presented for this compound and for this class. In June 22 to 26, Raymond Benza will present the groundbreaking clinical trial design that we are doing together with Abbott with our lead program in phase 1. He will present that at the Pulmonary Vascular Research Institute in Athens. And the third press release was about our second preclinical program, the novel HDAC inhibitor, which was accepted at European Society of Cardiology, the top cardiology conference in the world per year, and this year is held in Barcelona. There, Mike Hollenstadt will present a novel HDAC inhibitor regulating platelet activity, fibrinolysis, and clot stability for prevention of thrombosis without increased risk of bleeding. So this is very exciting, and we're making waves in the scientific community. Now, key achievements last year, I've mentioned, we made a deal with Abbott. We made a deal with University of Michigan. We in-licensed CS585, an option agreement with University of Michigan. And we also made a financial milestone, bringing in 95 million Swedish by the early fall. We're off to a good start this year. So we have 2 new patents in our IP portfolio in our 3 patent family, and then we have strengthened our executive management with Fredrik Frick as head of clinical operations, as we soon will have 3 programs in clinic. He comes from Astra, and we have nominated our 2 preclinical compounds, candidate drugs, and then we have also been accepted for 2 presentations for these 2 programs. Now, next milestones are first patient enrolled in our phase 2 trial. There's a slight delay here in relation to getting the ethical approvals and contracting with these centers, but we have initiated recruitment and we're expecting the first patient enrolled soon. We have a new milestone, a new financing milestone in September that, if fully prescribed, a warrant package will bring in 114 million Swedish. And then, of course, we have our major milestone, top-line data reporting on our phase 2 trial in pulmonary arterial hypertension by the end of the year. So we have a global presence. We are in a profitable market that's growing. We have a very extensive therapeutic potential with our pipeline. We have a strong team. We have a global following on top opinion leaders. And we have external validation from Abbott, Harvard, and otherwheres. So we're very happy with the progress, and I thank you very much for this time.
Thank you very much, Sten, for such a nice presentation. And now we have time for a couple of questions. My first question will be related to your first indication for pulmonary arterial hypertension. You have shown how nicely CS1 regulates the balance in between PI1 and TPA, and TPA, yeah. My question is, one could have expected that you would have gone for a thrombotic disease, but you didn't. You went for pulmonary arterial hypertension. How strong are the vascular remodeling properties compared with the antithrombotic effects of CS1? Would you put it in a balance like 50-50%, or which one is more dominant than another one?
Well, I think, if you look at cardiovascular disease in general, I think the possibility and the potential that's been showed in preclinical models with HDAC inhibition and our substance VPA is very important. And I think that's really the reason why Merck bought sotatercept. But this possibility of impact in disease remodeling applies to many cardiovascular indications. So I think that impact by itself, and as I showed here, the comparison with sotatercept, and I believe that we are at least as good as sotatercept in that these are PH models. On the other hand, the novelty of Sverker-Jern's approach with HDAC inhibition for prevention of thrombosis by reducing pi and at the same time increasing the synthesis, storage capacity, and release capacity of the fibrinolytic compound protein TPA from the vessel wall to dissolve locally the thrombosis or the clot as it's building up before it becomes occlusive is truly groundbreaking. And that's the major cause of death on the globe. So in non-communicable diseases. So I think that be able to provide that kind of drug to prevent thrombosis in the patients that are at risk of it will be major. But that's a longer development program. It's more expensive. So orphan drug indications such as PH is the patients that we will help first.
That's very, very interesting. And now moving to your clinical study, you have an important collaboration with Abbott, with the CardioMEMS system. Could you explain what are the benefits of having this device for the study compared with a study without CardioMEMS? And what are you bringing new?
Yeah, so it's a very good question, of course. And what's new, what's good for Cereno here is that we, and for the patients, for the doctors that's studying the patients here, and for the study itself, is that you have a device that's implantable that can measure the pressure whenever you want. Otherwise, you have to bring in the patient and measure the pressure. So you get continuous pressure measurement and you get more exact data. And this has been shown in other areas of heart failure. You don't only get pressure measurements, you get actually some other data about the heart's function. So this will provide us more exact data to evaluate these patients and how they are performing with our drug versus without. And it also is possible to have less patients actually in this kind of study. So more exact and less patients and more data out. The benefit for Abbott, of course, is that they will be able now to study these patients with their CardioMEMS technology. It's the second study that they're doing. And Dr. Benza recommended us to go to Abbott and do this because this is the best way to do the trial. We were on stage with Merck's CMO, with Abbott's CMO, Phil Adamson, and our CMO in Washington with the best people in the world doing clinical trials in cardiovascular disease. And this study was discussed and the way that you do it. So it's a very, very good way of doing a study.
Very interesting. And one final question. Could you remind us how does your cash position look like and your cash runway?
Of course. So we actually today at 8 o'clock released our quarterly report, Q1. And in that it states that we had 77 million in the bank as of the end of the quarter. And we have the possibility, we're fully funded past our next financial milestone, which is the warrant package in September, which we assume will bring in a fair amount of capital to us. The last one was prescribed to 97%. So, but we have the possibility to move to the end of our trial without just a major subscription of that. So we, if fully prescribed, we'll be able to move in and complete our phase 2 trials with the 2 preclinical programs.
Then thank you very much for your nice presentation and for being here today with us.
Thank you, Gonzalez, and thank you, ABG.
Hi, and welcome back to our next presentation and our first medtech company of the day. Next up is Bull Diagnostics and their CEO Jesper Söderqvist. Bull is a Swedish diagnostics company who sells blood counters and consumables. And with that, I leave over the word to you, Jesper.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be here, and I'm very glad to be able to present today the progress we made in the last 2 quarters, but also talk a bit in general on our business and how we see the future going. So, as Jakob mentioned, we're a Swedish company delivering blood diagnostics. We are a niche player in the sense that we deliver instrument consumables for decentralized testing, which means that we have equipment so that a blood sample can be analyzed within minutes, and the physician can get the results immediately without the need to wait for centralized analysis and results. Blood diagnostics in general is a very powerful tool and cost-effective tool to diagnose, monitor diseases. And we are focused on hematology. And our history goes back to the innovation of the first cell counter in the 70s. So we have a broad application knowledge and really know our markets and applications very well. We are present in more than 100 countries, and we have an indirect sales model where we sell through distributors. We address both the human and the veterinary market, but the bigger part is the human market. We have a multi-brand strategy, meaning that we sell our equipment with several different brands depending on application, which allow us to also have a good penetration on many markets where we can have multiple distributors. Our brand is built on reliable and user-friendly systems. And the one thing that really makes Bull attractive, I think, is the business model we have, where we have a large portion of recurring revenue. As we place instruments, we generate future sales of consumables, since the instrument's lifetime is roughly 8 years. So a large portion of recurring revenue is a really key strength and what makes Bull unique. We're also one of few suppliers which both develops and manufactures the entire value chain in blood diagnostics. Meaning equipment, consumables, but blood control and calibrators. That means that we have also built a strong reputation, so that we also have a business where we sell white label consumables to other hematology providers, which we refer to as our OEM business. So let's look how the last 2 years has been for us. If you look at this graph, you can see in the blue graphs the instruments placed quarter by quarter. And as you can see, when the pandemic hit in beginning of 2020, our sales dropped, and that was due to all of the restrictions and lockdowns, where basically many of the smaller clinics closed down, and health checkups, and patients did not come for ordinary diseases. Now we have seen that the market has returned, and we have now seen 5 quarters with consecutive growth. In this graph, you can also see the red line, which is the recurring revenue from our consumables. And I think this shows the strength of our business model. So as you can see, before the pandemic, we had a continuous growth. As we place instruments, we generate growth of the consumables. And now we can see that as the restrictions has eased up, thanks to the vaccination rates has increased, we are now back at the pre-pandemic levels in terms of sales. And also the last 2 quarters we have delivered record revenue. So 2 weeks ago we delivered our first quarter results, and some of the highlights is that it was an all-time high Q1, and growth was driven mainly by India and our OEM business in the US. Southeast Asia is still under lockdown, in several markets. So we expect that there will come further growth. But India really opened up, which helped grow our sales. We saw growth in all our product lines. At Bull, we always put the customer first, and we have prioritized delivering products to customers, despite some of the challenges we had in the supply chain. The disturbance in the supply chain has limited our production, and it had also implied higher cost for purchasing material and transport, which has impacted our profitability the last few quarters. Also what we see now is that the markets are really opening up. We started to see customers again. We participated in the MedLab Middle East in the beginning of the year, and that was very encouraging to meet customers again. That was also in a region where we have expanded lately. So we met both loyal distributors that have been working with us for many years, but we also met new distributors that are very interested to work with Bull in the Middle East and Africa region. We're also participating in local trade shows, and we can go out and see customers. So today, actually, I have a team in India meeting all our distributors in India. So, I look very optimistic that many of the markets, in particular in Asia, is now kind of getting back more to normal. That was also reflected in our figures for the first quarter. So if you look at our organic growth, was 23% compared to the previous years. We had a high share of instruments to India, and also we had good growth in our OEM business, which meant that we have slightly unfavorable product and region mix, which impact our gross profit. But also, as I mentioned, we had some headwinds in terms of higher material costs, higher transport costs, which pressured our gross margin, which ended up at around 43%. But I really think that it shows that in a more normal market, we would have a much higher profit. Since I see these supply chain disturbances temporary, even if they will last, probably during this year. If you look on our cash flow, it was weaker than normal, and that was related to, first, that we had some production delays due to late incoming material, which basically pushed sales towards the end of the quarter. So accounts receivable increased as we could not invoice late in the quarter. We also had an inventory build up to make sure that we have material for the coming quarters. And also we continue to invest in our strategic projects. And we have invested 18 million in the first quarter in a new product platform, which I will talk about a little bit later. So if you look at the growth that we generated, as I said, we saw growth for all our product lines. Instruments were up 20%, mainly related to sales in Asia. Very important, we see that the consumables are now back at the pre-pandemic levels and grow like 29% versus last year. And as you can see, our OEM business really did very well, and we doubled the revenue compared to the previous year. And that is thanks to some of the new supply agreements that we signed in 2020. So, looking ahead, Bull is a medtech company that will benefit from all the macro growth drivers, such an aging population that consume more healthcare, improved standard of living in the emerging markets where we have a large presence, will also drive increased healthcare spends in those markets. However, if you look a bit short term, of course, the growth will be impacted by the geopolitical situation we have in the world right now. What I can say is that we still have entered this second quarter with an order book that was a little bit longer than we had before the pandemic. And we continue to see that the US performing, where the OEM is really the growth driver. In Asia, as I mentioned, India has really recovered, and we see business going there more or less as normal. whereas still some other markets are still under restrictions. And we expect that those markets will open up during this year, which will help our growth going forward. Then we have Eastern Europe, where we were really shocked by the war in Ukraine and the terrible actions by Russia in Ukraine. Bull is delivering healthcare equipment, and we are following the sanction. And currently, healthcare products is not on the sanction list. So we will try to deliver to all our markets in Eastern Europe, both Ukraine and Russia. However, of course, the Russian situation is that payments, logistics, and a worsening Russian economy will have an impact on us going forward. We continue to monitor how things develop, and we are committed to follow the sanctions to 100%. Middle East and Africa, did not see a big growth in the first quarter. However, that is a region where we increased our staff and put a local presence in the Middle East and North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa last year. And that is according to our strategy. In order to have this indirect business model where we sell through distributors, it is important for us to have local staff that work closely with the distributors, that know also the end customers, and also understand the business culture, reimbursement systems, etc. So Middle East and Africa is two market regions where I expect that we will see growth in the coming year. Globally, you can say short term that we see challenges on the supply chain side and also on the logistics. So we will see how this develop during the year. But I must say that given the last 2 years, we have managed a lot of very difficult challenges. So I'm very confident that the Bull organization can also manage and meet these future challenges that's coming with this new situation in the world. What's really important looking at Bull is the investments we're doing to support our long-term growth. So we are doing the biggest investment in Bull's history in a new product platform. It will be based on our proprietary technology. It's a new generation of instruments where we will start with an advanced 5-part instrument. And we also see that in the future that all instruments will be connected so that we could provide both services for remote maintenance, but also other type of services to customers directly through the cloud. The cloud development is going well, and we plan to have a first release at the end of this year. The advanced first instrument on this platform will be the advanced 5-part instruments that we plan to launch in 2023. Today, we have a portfolio of both 3-part and 5-part instruments, and the 3-part and 5-part relates to how we count the white blood cells, which is coupled to our immune system. Our main offer is in the 3-part segment, which is still the greatest part of the market. But if you look at how the market will develop for the coming years, we will see higher growth in the 5-part segments, and that's why we prioritize that advanced instrument on this new platform. Over the next 2 to 5 years, we will continue to develop this new platform and update our entire product portfolio. So, to summarize, looking at the market right now, usage and the market demand are now back at the pre-pandemic level in most countries. And we can really see that in how our revenue and sales has developed over the last few quarters. I am really proud of our organization. We have now delivered 2 record quarters with the highest revenue in Bull's history. And I think what it really shows is that our business model is really working. We have a large installed base. So when it's used, it starts to generate recurring revenue from the consumables sales. And I think that's a key point for an investor looking at Bull, is that large install base that we can leverage going forward. However, short term, the geopolitical instability will create some challenges, but I'm confident that we can move forward and manage those challenges. The long-term growth in the markets is 3 to 8%, but historically we have proven that we have grown like twice the size, twice what the market growth has been. And our goal to reach a 10% year-on-year growth remains. So to summarize, I think we can move ahead with confidence given the results that we have delivered. And I really welcome you to follow Bull and see how things develop over the next few years. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Very interesting. Moving on to questions, and I think we should start just on the business model, which you mentioned. You speak about this attractiveness, about the recurring revenues, but just wondering, how certain are those recurring revenues after you place a system? For example, is there any chance that a customer can buy the reagents from another supplier?
No, that is not possible. So our systems, our instruments have a security which is managed through RFID. So only consumables sold by Bull can be used on those instruments. So that is in the past, if you go back 10-15 years, there were open systems. But today, most suppliers have locked their consumables to the instruments. And that is also very important for us to guarantee the clinical performance. And it's also required by the regulatory bodies that we actually control the entire value chain. So once we place an instrument, it will be our consumable that is used.
So essentially that if a customer wants to use the instrument that they have purchased, they have to also purchase more consumables from you.
That's correct.
Okay. And as you said, over the past years, you have invested a lot in this new product platform. And first up, you have the new 5-part system coming in 2023. What implications will that have on, let's say, your competitiveness in the market or ability to address new market segments, for example?
Well, I look very positive when we have this offering, because today we have basic 5-part instruments, but we will have an advanced 5-part instrument with an autoloader, which means that we can also address sites that do higher volume of testing. And it's also attractive for our distributors. So since as we widen our product portfolio, we have a more complete offering to the laboratories and lab chains and hospital chains. So particularly if on the customer side, if you see consolidation where create lab chains, etc., it is good to have a wide offering so we can supply the various types of operations in such a system. So, and also we mentioned that the 5-part market is growing faster than the 3-part, but it's also there are higher prices and also higher profitability in that segment going forward. So that should really help our both growth but also profitability going forward.
Okay, and you said that this is a quite substantial investment for Bull. Can you just briefly, cover, what's the state of your current product portfolio? When were the products developed and launched and so on, just to get a feel for how big of a, launch this is?
So first I would say, the Bull has really are recognized for the high reliability, high quality. And it's definitely so that we have the best 3-part offering in the market. So, we should really recognize that we see a good growth with our current portfolio. And that is thanks to the high quality, the reputation that we have built in the market. However, it is a system that has evolved over quite a long time. Of course, we have updated the systems constantly. So now when we launch an entire new platform, it is a major undertaking to create to set up the capability organization to do that. So in that sense, it's a fairly, for us as a company, it's a substantial effort. But it's also very strategic in the sense that with the new product platform, it will be much easier to develop new instruments using that platform and using the modules from that platform to create new products. Also, if you look at the moving so that we have all our instruments based on this platform, will help us consolidate the supply chain, and we also will have more modern components, technologies, which I think will help us on the supply side. So I think there are many benefits for us as an organization. And particularly, you can see that when we have these supply chain disturbances that we are all aware of, that we have to manage. Of course, it's great that if in the future we can have a more consolidated portfolio, more consolidated supply chain. And we also have opportunity now to choose our suppliers when we do this. And we also leverage some of the work we're doing, getting new suppliers on board for the new platform to also help shift some of the existing suppliers to, for example, moving some suppliers closer to us here in this region.
Okay, and you also mentioned that you're launching a digital solution. Can you just briefly run us through what that will be, and then maybe also sort of the opportunity you see long term in sort of digitalizing the hematology or diagnostic space?
Yeah, so you talk about our cloud solution. So what we, already today, of course, our instruments are connected to laboratory information systems. So which means that we are exchanging the patient information, we are exchanging the results to laboratory information systems. This new cloud connectivity will enable us to connect the instruments for other purposes, such as services, proactive maintenance, which will help both the customers, but also the distributors and us to monitor the installed base and be more proactive in service, make that more efficient and more cost effective. But it also opened up for new business model. For example, the instruments kind of ordering consumables, by themselves, be able to connect, to other type of sources like a hematology librarian, so to support the clinicians. That's a bit in the future, but having all of the intelligence in the cloud will enable us to kind of roll out new functionality faster in the future.
Okay, sounds interesting. Moving on to a question just on the situation in Eastern Europe and Russia and so on. Can you update us on what's the status at the moment, and to what extent are you able to conduct your business there currently?
So if you look in Q1, I mean, we saw growth also in Ukraine and Bulgaria. I mean, the good thing is that we have managed to deliver products to Ukraine lately, which I think feels good. In terms of the business in Russia, it is slow. We still are in contact. We have a few employees there, and we're in contact with them. But things are difficult, in particular in terms of logistics and payments. So I think we keep an open mind and monitor and follow also what will happen on the sanction side to make sure that we adhere to those without any deviation.
Okay, and as a final question, I think it would be interesting to just hear you talk broadly on sort of if there's any market segment or product area or like geographical region that you are particularly excited about when you look forward, maybe more in the mid or long term for Bull?
So, if you look here and now, I think, the growth that we've seen in the US and the opportunities that we have with our OEM business has been very good. And I look forward to, continue to build momentum in that market space. I mean, we cannot expect to double every year, but I think it will look very positive on that side of the business. As I said, we have this model where we, by having local presence, we work closely with the distributors and markets. And we have increased our local staff in Asia lately. So I think that will help us grow. I think the opportunities that we see in the Middle East and Africa is also very promising, fairly short term. But if you look on a little bit longer term, when we have this new product portfolio, I think we could see increased growth in Western Europe and also North America. Because right now our product portfolio is more tuned towards the emerging markets, and that's which has great growth opportunities, and we have a very, very good reputation and market position in those markets, and in some markets we are also the market leader. But with a more modern and wider product portfolio, we can see also growth in Western Europe and in North America, and of course Latin America as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that very interesting presentation and Q&A session. Now we'll take a short break before getting back with the next presentation in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakob. Very nice to be here, and thank you for listening to me today.
Welcome back. The next company to present is Link, and I'm pleased to be joined by their CEO, Carl Tobiasson. Link is a publicly traded life science specialist investor. They were floated last year on the public markets, and I'll hand over to Carl to tell you a bit more about Link.
Thank you very much, and nice to be here today. So I'll give you a short introduction to Link. Link was founded roughly 30 years ago by the Swedish entrepreneur Bengt Julander, who's still the principal shareholder and also the chairman of the board. And one of the key elements of what we do in Link is that we think that it's if you're going to invest into the life science industry, we think it's useful to be a specialist. And we have a very special type of strategy for these investments. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, but we call them de-risked investment into two subsectors of the life science industry. So we invest in biotechs and in medtechs, and I'll talk a bit about how we view risk in those areas. We have a very successful history, being part of building great successful companies, and also obviously shareholder value over the years. We have roughly 3 billion Swedish krona under management, and as you might know, we have the Nordic as a focus area, but we do invest mostly in Sweden, and our history is obviously Swedish. But today we have an inflow of new investment opportunities of roughly 80% from Sweden, and then you can say 10% from Denmark and maybe 5% from Finland and Norway respectively. So we're still very Swedish-centric, and one of the key elements here for this is our network. So we proud ourselves of a very wide network within the industry. We have roughly 100 people that we interact with and work with on a sort of regular basis. In some cases, maybe 10 to 20 people we interact with more or less every week, and then we have a larger, wider network which we interact with from time to time, and more specifically, if we have questions or questions arise in the companies that we are working with that these specialists can contribute to the companies, then obviously we contact them and hit up the discussion. And this is one of the key elements actually of the de-risking part that we think is to surround ourselves with knowledgeable people that have different experiences. They're not on our payroll, but they work for us as consultants, or in other cases in one or two boards in one of our companies, and in other cases obviously could be management as well. And what we have seen over the years is that since we invest quite small companies, and especially in the pharma space quite early, people are a tremendous asset for us, and from the beginning it's really the people that make the difference in these projects. A few companies that we've been part of, and maybe I'll check the next slide because it sort of illustrates this better over the years. So as you can see, Link is an extremely long-term investor. In some of the companies that we are the largest shareholder and still work with, we've been invested in over 30 years. So still is one of those examples where we are the largest shareholder, and we've been so for the last 30 plus years. As you can see in this, we don't have any exit perspective or exit horizon, no timeline for our holdings, and we think this is important for a number of reasons. One obviously being that it takes time to build great successful businesses within this area. And as you can see on this slide, we invested in Calliditas back in 1999, so that's 22 years ago, and they are now commercializing in the US just started during the first quarter of 2022. So that says something about the timeline. Obviously, it was not the timeline we invested in 1999. So things happen when you work with these companies, but they are in a good position now to be a successful biotech company. Other examples of this, Sedana, we've been part of that company for 17 years, Medcap, something similar, 15, 16 years. So, and we like this, finding these great assets when they're small, when they can be developed, and keep them over time. As you see on this slide, we have done some exits though, and we think there are two elements here as an investor into Link to sort of keep an eye on. One is obviously that if the price is right, we're not fundamentalists, so we can consider selling shares. And we sold out of Meda. It was eventually acquired by Mylan and taken off the stock market. We were part of Meda a few times during the build-up of the Meda portfolio. And one of the first portfolios that Meda acquired was actually a portfolio that was in the company that's now called Calliditas, was originally a specialty pharma portfolio, which we sold to Meda and got some shares, and then eventually we decided to exit when the price was right, but also we felt that Meda had outgrown Link. They had become a huge, sort of more or less global specialty pharma company with different type of discussions in the boardrooms, and we felt that we couldn't contribute so much. So that's the two key elements. One is obviously finding the proper value for our asset, and secondly, obviously, if we feel that we can't contribute going forward to the company, we would consider selling. Other examples of exits that we have done, you can see on this slide, but one example of this is the company Bull, which we invested in. We had a very clear view on what we wanted to achieve, and that was actually achieved a lot faster, and primarily the stock market appreciated these changes that were made. So the valuation sort of took off, and we decided to sell after just 2.5 years as shareholders, and got a very, very good price when we sold. So about our investment strategy. So we invest in two subcategories of the life science industry. So we have the biotechs and the medtechs. And in biotech, we typically invest in clinical phase. We have a few projects that we have invested in preclinical. So it can happen, but we typically invest in after preclinical and possibly after phase 1 trials as well. In medtech, we typically invest in commercial phase. So the idea is basically that we think that it's the real proof of concept in the medtech world is not actually the sort of the clinical data. It's obviously good, but the big question for most medtechs is whether the customer are willing to pay for the product and pay a decent price. So in most medtechs, we typically look for those that have been successful with a few customers, in some cases maybe in one geography, and are now looking to grow out into the world in other geographies. We have a mix of listed and unlisted holdings in our portfolio, and given our long-term perspective on our investments, obviously some of these companies start off as unlisted and then eventually end up being listed, and especially in the biotechs, it's typically just before the start of the phase 3 trial. We invest typically small in the start of a project, so roughly 25 million, in some cases a bit less. And then as the company grows and as we sort of build on these milestones, if we clear the phase 1 trials, we clear the phase 2 trials, obviously the investment grows as the risks go down and as we see the company mature. And we can have up to 250 million Swedish krona invested in one company. One key element is obviously people. I talked a bit about that before, but I can't stress that enough. We typically try to find the best teams for these companies. And in doing so, we try to build out not only the management team, but also the board. So if in some cases we are part of the board ourselves, but we like even more to find good people from our network to represent us in the boards where they can contribute the most. So this is a key element also of making sure that we have the proper team available. And especially if we work with small companies, it's obviously not large teams that we're talking about here, but it's typically a team of 5 to 10 people in the beginning, and then it's extremely important to make sure that you have the right people in that setting from the get-go. And I talked about exit, so I won't dwindle into that anymore, but we're not fundamentalists. I think that's the most important part. We can sell, but we want to make sure that we get the proper value, and obviously that we have other things that we're looking to do with the money. So a bit about this de-risk element, what we call de-risk, and why we think that our investments in most cases are de-risked. And one key element is obviously the phase that we invest in, and I talked about that, about the medtech companies. To invest in a sort of growth phase where you already have proof of commercial concept is different from investing in development. And we think that's one of the key aspects of building a medtech company, is actually making sure that the customers want to pay the price that you want to price your product on. And also in the biotechs, we think we have an important role to play. Most of the companies that we meet are entrepreneurs, teams, scientists. They are very used to working in the development phase, but we think we have a lot to contribute with, combining sort of our competence around development and commercialization. So using those two elements together when you design your trials and when you work with the company going forward. Other aspects, obviously, what we call in de-risking is known chemical entities or possibly known targets. So for known chemical entities, you obviously know a lot about the product if it's been used on human before. And one example of this is Calliditas, which is a reformulation of budesonide, which was used as an asthma product for plus 20 years before we made this development into this niche indication, which they are now approved on. Other example is obviously known targets. So if you know how this disease works and you know how you can affect these targets, obviously if you use a new chemical entity, you will have some of the risking elements, but if you can achieve the change you want in the target, then obviously you know a bit about that. So it's a combination of these two. So possibly the best is obviously if we have a known chemical entity affecting a known target. Also, other parts important of the de-risking element is that most of these investments that we do, we don't do on our own. So we typically cooperate with people in the teams, and we obviously like serial entrepreneurs to work with people that we have invested in before. It's natural. We know what to expect. They know what to expect from us, and we also know a lot about how their performance has been in the past. And this is also important because in some of these cases there's going to be a number of investments, and then we try to find investors that are similar to us in the sense that they have an evergreen strategy. They hold their money in sort of, they're not so exit focused. They They don't need to drive towards an early exit just because of time, and they can think long term and also contribute long term to the success of the company. And also a different aspect of this de-risking is obviously the commercial part, and making sure that we have not only the best commercial team once we reach commercialization, but also to think about what will the commercialization look like when you are in an earlier phase. And we think this is extremely important when you develop pharmaceuticals more specifically, that you know the need from the customer, and you know what it's going to look like in terms of commercializing this product. And this also means that we typically invest in niche indication, in some cases orphan indication, and also, I guess, specialty indication, because of the regulatory pathway to approval is quicker, often quicker, and often not as costly as if you go for the bigger indications. So with that said, we can, in those cases, actually know what it's going to take to reach an approval and what type of investment it's going to take. And that gives us a better opportunity to control our own destiny, so we don't end up doing some trials and then one needs to out-license to an industrial partner when it's not the right time for the company. So that's also a key element. I'll say a few words about what the portfolio looks like currently. So we have obviously three larger investments in terms of share of the portfolio. As you can see, all these three are companies that we have been part of their journey for over 15 years, and in Calidita's case, over 20 years. And we feel that all these three are in an extremely good strategic position, and also for future value growth. And as an example, obviously, the stock market can fluctuate and value these companies differently over time, but what we focus most on is obviously the development of the company and what achievements they have done. And I think in all these three larger ones, they have really achieved a lot during 2021 and in the beginning of 2022. So we feel that all these three are in an extremely strong strategic position to grow further. And also on obviously, we have a number of other listed assets. The larger ones are Stille and Index in terms of value for us. But also other that we have invested in more recently that are now sort of growing, and we will probably grow our investments over time into these smaller companies that we have invested in. And then a pretty broad unlisted portfolio of companies, and that's where we sort of put most of our resources in terms of the team's time and also the time from the network. Not only is that the most inflow, but it's also obviously the place where we think that we have the most to contribute to building great successful future companies like Calliditas and Sedana and Medcap. So a few short words about the development 2021 and year-to-date 2022. Obviously, it's been a rough patch so far. And obviously it's the listed holdings that have changed in value over the beginning of 2022. This mostly the biotech companies that we have seen a decrease in value, but at the same time we have seen that our companies have actually put forward their strategic positions, and we see now with, for example, Calliditas that just launched their product in the US and now starting to build a growth and generating good sales in the US. So we think the company has become more valuable at the same time as the stock market has actually depreciated the value on a few of these investments. But long term, obviously, we've had return of roughly 25% on average over the years. So we think long term our strategy will win and prevail, and these short term fluctuations in the stock market, we don't put too much effort into those. We still see that there are a lot of investments, and obviously we have roughly 800 million of cash on the balance sheet, so it's not all bad with these turbulent times. This also presents obviously good opportunities for us going forward. So I think I'll stop there and I'll turn for questions.
Yeah, no, perfect. Thank you very much for that presentation, Carl. A few questions then. I guess this summer you're coming up to your 1-year anniversary as a public company or a listed company, I should say. And I guess my first question is just sort of looking back, how has it been, and operationally, how do you think you stand now relative to a year ago, so when you floated?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously there were a successful IPO with a tremendous interest to invest. And I guess the first sort of couple of months, just a lot of focus on that. You know, we brought on a number of new shareholders, larger shareholders, and got to know them a bit better in the beginning. But I think it's been a turbulent year for biotechs, specifically biotechs, and our companies are no exception. So I think it sort of shows also what we can contribute with, not only building great successful companies over time, but also as sort of a portfolio strategy. We have 24 investments. If you invest into us, you will get the spread that I think is prudent in this industry. And we see that the interest for that is sort of increasing as we go. So I think it's been a good year, a great year, but the start was sort of a big bang, I guess. But it's been successful so far.
Yeah. Okay, no, interesting. And you referenced the biotech market sentiment being what it is. In the short term, obviously that weighs on your share price through your public holdings, but as you were saying, presumably presents attractive investment opportunities for you. And I'm curious to hear how much of that sort of poor biotech market sentiment has spilled over into the private setting. Are you seeing those valuations sort of mirror what we're seeing in the public markets, or not so much?
Yeah, I mean, they're not as fast either on the way up or on the way down. But obviously there's been a change there, and I think one of the key elements is that the sort of the pre-IPO market, which was sort of public private placements really, that is not there anymore. So I guess a lot of the investments that could go that route 12 months ago, they can't do that now. So that obviously presents a better opportunity for us, and valuations obviously is coming down, but they were never sort of as aggressive on the way up, so it's not going to be as fast on the way down, I think. But obviously it's sort of a time where most investors like us and other investors in the industry consolidate their holdings. So it is more difficult to find capital for these companies. And valuations are coming down, obviously.
Okay, no, interesting. In interest of time, maybe just one last question.
Yeah.
Might be a tricky one, asking you to pick a favorite among your children, I guess. But in the unlisted portfolio, we've had Gesinta here yesterday, Cinclus as well. Are there? I won't phrase it as your favorite, but are there any ones in particular that you think are sort of in an interesting or attractive sort of point in their development that you'd like to sort of highlight or flag as?
Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously a lot of them are sort of entering into trials or are expecting results from ongoing trials. So there are a lot of them have key milestones. But I think one of the new investments looks really exciting with Oncorena, which I find a really interesting sort of strategy how to create or how to reach a market with a really exciting product in a niche space where I think there's a tremendous need. So if we are successful in the ongoing trial, I think that's one of the ones that have the most potential, I guess. But both the companies you mentioned that you had here yesterday are great companies and doing tremendous things. So I think we have a lot of good opportunities in the unlisted portfolio going forward.
No, agreed. Perfect. I think in just time we'll wrap it up there. Thank you very much, Carl, for an interesting.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Very excited to have Medcap with us here for the next presentation, and happy to have the CEO, Anders Dahlberg, here with us to present the company. And I'll leave the floor over to you right away.
Thank you. So, my name is Anders Dahlberg, and I'm here to present Medcap, an investor in life science. So, our first slide shows some of our products, end users, and customers. We create value in life science, which to us means two things. Firstly, that our products and our companies and our management teams are close to our end users. They understand the needs of our end users and can provide innovative products that are cost effective and that provide health economics for our customers. This is the core of value creation. The second part to us is that we as an organization focus on the life science industry. That means that we can evaluate, invest and develop companies using our network and competence within the life science industry. So our group consists of two business areas, MedTech, which is medical products, devices and softwares, and Specialty Pharma as the other business area. Within our business areas, we have operating companies, business units that have a local ownership, a decentralized model for running the business. And the idea of MedCap is to combine the local ownership, the entrepreneurship of smaller, mid-sized companies with the capacity and capital of a larger group. I will talk more to each of the companies and give you an idea of what we do in each of our entities later on here. As a group, we're approaching about 1 billion in sales. Our heritage is from the Nordics. We have a large share of our sales still in Sweden. But over time, we see that our sales is converting more and more towards a European footprint. So I talked about our local ownership model, our decentralized model, and that is a model that has been successful and continues to deliver both sales and EBITDA growth. As you can see on this slide, we have had a good development quarter by quarter and consistently developed. This is based on three things, I would say. Firstly, the position of our companies. They are well positioned in markets where we see that there is additional potential to grow organically. Secondly, we grow through acquisitions. And thirdly, we're an active owner that works consistently and continuously with our management team to find improvements and raise the operational performance of the business. We recently published our first quarter results, so I want to give you a few highlights from the quarter as well. So overall, a very strong quarter with organic sales growth of 18% and EBITDA growth of 39%. And this is based on an overall good demand across all the business units as well as all geographies. So volume growth is driving profit growth in the quarter. At this point of time in the market, I think price and supply chain is high on the agenda in every business. So I want to comment a little bit to that. In terms of pricing, we see that we have partially offset some of the price increases that we see on inbound materials in terms of what we have forwarded to customers. In terms of supply chain, I would say we're now in the second wave of managing supply chain constraints. So during 2021, this was already a high focus for several of our businesses to make sure that we had supply and could deliver to our customers. And basically, this is active and close management of our teams, and I think they've done a really good job over the 2021, meaning working with transportation to ensure you have delivery quickly, working with safety stocks to make sure you have products in supply, and also looking at alternative suppliers, which is more of a long-term game. Overall, it's difficult to say or have a forecast on whether the current situation in terms of supply chain constraints will have effects. We've certainly seen some turmoil over the last quarter. But overall, I think this has been managed very well in the business. As a result, overall in the quarter, this means that we have a strong margin, 21% EBITDA. And I would also like to comment on the balance sheet. So a strong balance sheet, which we'll come back to later on, means that we have a really low net debt to EBITDA ratio, giving us a lot of room for further investments. So now I want to leave the financial figures for a while and speak more to the content of the business. It'll be a quick flyover, so just a few mentions about each of the business units. Abilia provides assistive technology for persons with disabilities or dementia, and caters to both young adults, and elderly. Overall, the objective is to contribute to an equal society, to make inclusion simpler by having cognitive tools, communication tools, environmental tools, and also alarms for safety for our end users. Most of the products are hardware and software, so it's a large share of software in the business. To the top right-hand corner, you will see some highlights. So I want to highlight a couple of things for each of the business units of what's happened over the last year. So in terms of Abilia, a large focus has been on tender renewals, being part of several tenders over 2021, and renewing and gaining further renewed trust from our customers. So that's been an important milestone over 2021. Also continuing to work with the product portfolio, to continue to develop the portfolio and enhance value to customers. We launched Carry Base, a product for the elderly care market primarily. With that, I'll turn over to Cardiolex. So Cardiolex provides ECG, diagnostics ECGs to hospitals and cardiologists. And the overall objective and a mission for Cardiolex is to provide a digitalization of the workflow around ECG, to make ECGs more readily available and easier to analyze for the cardiologist. We provide products, systems, as well as software solutions. Again, to look at the highlights for the last 12 months, we worked on product launches, and we've broadened our go-to-market approach. And for those of you who follow us, you know that Cardiolex has made a couple of acquisitions over the years, and we're continuing to work to integrate our European acquisitions with the Nordic platform we had, which means that we integrate our product portfolio, and as we do that, we also strengthen our offering and can go to a broader market in terms of market segments and geographies. Impact provides packaging solutions, contract manufacturing, primarily within probiotics and nutrition. Over the 2021 and also in the first quarter, we've seen a strong demand and strong growth in the nutrition segment in particular. And this, being a production entity, has supported the continued profitability improvement of the business, a journey that we started several years ago in terms of improving the efficiency of the operation and strengthening the trust with customers, meaning that we've been able to also grow together with customers and take market share based on the trust that we have from our customers. So this has strengthened our profitable growth in Impact. Multiply, which is the fourth company within the MedTech business area, provides carbon fiber components for medical imaging. And you see some of the products on the left-hand side. Mammography is a typical application area. So here we work together with OEMs to provide components into the final assembly, final X-ray solution. During 2021, a key milestone was to gain contract with a new OEM customer. And this is typical to the Multiply business model of being very close to OEMs, working long-term from the engineering of new product developments into long-term delivery of a product over the life cycle of a system. So therefore important to gain a new OEM customer. We also say we're setting up for growth, which more concretely means that during 2021, we've been working on a new site. This means that we're transferring 3 operating facilities into one new modern facility, improving both operational flow as well as the capacity for the business. Something that we've now started on in Q1 to move into the new facility. With that, we transfer over to our specialty pharma segment. Unimedic Group consists of 2 operating entities: our specialty pharma business, which has the registered pharma portfolio and partnership portfolio, as well as non-licensed pharmaceuticals. And then we have Unimedic CDMO, or Unimedic AB, which is a manufacturer of liquid pharmaceuticals, sterile and non-sterile pharmaceuticals. CDMO also provides laboratory services and development services, and caters both to our own pharma business as well as to external customers. A core part of our strategy in Unimedic is to build our product portfolio of registered pharmaceuticals. And over time, you see the slide here showing some of a basket of our key products and how they've grown over time. And we see, again, going back to the last quarter here, a continued good growth in the own product portfolio. This brings us to the highlights of 2021. Again, product launches is important. And as you see that across our businesses, you see that our focus on organic growth is a red thread between our businesses. So product launches also in Unimedic has been important, which also means that we gain products to our portfolio that we can out-license to other pharmaceutical companies outside of our geographies. So with that, I will end the quick flyover of our business units, the core of our business, and go back to the financials. So as you saw from our previous slide, we deliver a strong, profitable growth, which is core, and in the middle of this slide, you see our target of delivering at least 15% EBITDA growth, which we have overachieved over time. I mentioned in the beginning that we have a strong balance sheet, meaning that we have a net debt to EBITDA ratio below 0 at this point, and our target is to be below 3. So this means that we have a strong balance sheet and a room for making further acquisitions, which brings us to the left-hand side of this slide, where we have a target of an interim target, I would say, of reaching 1.5 billion in sales on the back of both organic growth as well as acquisitive growth. So what is it that we look for in our investment strategy? Life science companies in medtech and specialty pharma, both business areas, are attractive platforms for us to make investments. We look at companies or products that range from small up to 25 million euro in revenue. We're a majority owner with a very long-term horizon. And what is it that we look for in each of the businesses that we evaluate? Well, we think purpose, meaning that there is market fundamentals for the business, that there is a strong value proposition, that they understand their customers and know how to deliver value to customers. That is core. That there is additional potential, that there's more that can be done with the business on growth side, but perhaps also on operational. Profitability is the basis. We look at companies that are profitable and shown commercially proven. At the core of this are the entrepreneurs, the people and the management, the whole team, which we evaluate in our new businesses and continue, of course, to develop in our existing portfolio companies. So I will try to summarize with this last slide in terms of what we think are attractive with MedCap. Firstly, we operate in an important industry. Life science creates quality of life. It's an important industry, and we strive to work towards UN sustainability targets. Secondly, we have shown profitable growth, which is core to our strategy, to over time continue to deliver profitable growth, both organically and through acquisitions. Thirdly, we have a proven model, our decentralized model of local ownership combined with the capacity and capital of a larger group for long-term value creation. And fourthly, we're operating in a large and growing market. It's also a fragmented market, which to a company as MedCap is important in order to identify new niches where there are strong small to medium-sized companies, and in order to make add-on acquisitions to continue our growth journey. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders, for a good presentation and overview of MedCap. And I think first off, my first question is a bit on M&A. I think that's on everyone's mind right now, and I can respect you being quite prudent. I mean, we've seen multiples in private markets, at least from what I'm hearing, increasing over the past year, and you haven't made an acquisition over the past year. So I'm just wondering now, with it seems like private multiples are coming down a bit, are you seeing conditions improve on sort of closing deals in your pipeline?
I mean, obviously, the market right now is there's a turmoil in the public market, and I think and we expect that is going to have effect also on the private market, perhaps with some delay. There's still a lot of course, investors also active in the private market still. We do see some indications where there's more hesitancy. Overall, I would say, with our perspective in terms of long-term investing, we are not super focused on the current turmoil and the multiple changes that may occur, but sure, it may sort of change some of the prospects in the pipeline. But overall, our focus is to continue to work on building a large platform, having a lot of building a large pipeline, having a lot of contacts with entrepreneurs, and making sure that we are there as a good long-term home when there's a good timing for them to sell, and when we can agree on a good valuation.
Do you usually see good opportunities in these times of turmoil, or do you prefer to maybe take a step back and see what happens?
No, I think for us, it's the same job, whether it's a bullish or bearish market. I think we evaluate case by case and make sure that they fit into our strategy and make sure they fit into what we believe that we can do with the company, and that's the most important thing.
And thinking a bit more about the business you have right now, I mean, the own pharmaceutical portfolio, as you talked about, is an important strategic component, and that seems to be doing really well over the past couple of quarters. I think melatonin has been doing well, but thinking about the potential here in sort of the midterm, I mean, do you think it's reasonable to maybe double sales within this area? What's the sort of midterm potential you see?
Yeah. So I think overall you see that our strategy has been that based on from the beginning being more of production focused, then over time building a portfolio of both own products and also partnerships. That is something that we're going to continue to do, and I think we're starting to see some evidence of that. I'm not guiding on the expected target of it, but I think over time that will certainly deliver, and then as you get a lot smaller share of CDMO business, which has a lower margin versus your pharmaceutical business, that of course changes the mix and thereby the margins in the whole.
And I have a question on the sort of CDMO business. I know that you make bone supports products, which gained an FDA approval yesterday, and are expected to sort of see some kind of explosive growth in that area. Are they some sort of significant partner for you in contract manufacturing, or is this sort of a non-event?
No, so I'd rather not comment on customer topics.
Yeah, sure. Thought I'd ask anyway. But then you made two sort of challenged acquisitions lastly with Somna and Multiply. That's Somna saw some lost reimbursement in Sweden, and Multiply, the sort of imaging market, has been a bit slow. But and we know that the order backlog for Multiply at least have been fairly strong. But are you seeing that sort of materializing now, and maybe Somna recovering as well?
Maybe what recovering?
Somna.
Somna. Okay. Yeah, so there were a couple of questions in the same.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah. No, so to start Multiply. Certainly, Multiply had a slow start in last year. Access to hospitals is key in order to sell X-ray, and back through the supply chain where we are, you had a slow first half year, and now we see that coming back with a strong order book. In terms of Somna, you had some changes in terms of the reimbursement, as you mentioned, and that hasn't changed. But I think overall there is a end user demand for the product, and we continue to serve those end users with our products. So in the long run, we're there to continue to develop that product.
And MedTech has had fairly strong margins over the past couple of quarters, and I think that's to a large extent driven by Abelia that has been seeing fairly strong gross margins, partly due to product mix. But I was just thinking, do you think you will be able to maintain these sort of low 20s margins, or do you think there will be some sort of pressure to push those back into the mid to high teens that you had previously, or is there something structural?
I think what we've seen is that it's a portfolio. So you have a number of companies that have also worked on developing their performance. I mentioned Impact before, so that has contributed to. So I think you will see as some may have a product mix in some quarters changing, affecting plus or minus a little bit. You will have other companies continuing to work on delivering their improvements and hopefully offsetting some of potential negative mix that you could have in another business in that quarter.
Yeah, okay. And I think we're about at the end of our time. So I would just like to thank you very much, Anders, for doing this with us. Always interesting to hear about MedCap. And to everyone listening in as well, we'll be back in 5 minutes, so stay on.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to our next company presenting, who is CellaVision and their CFO Magnus Blixt. CellaVision is a pioneer in digital cell morphology. And with that, I leave over the word to you, Magnus.
All right, thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope that you are enjoying the conference. My name is Magnus Blixt, I'm CFO with CellaVision, and my plan is here to present our company for during the next 25 minutes or so. 20 minutes company presentation, and then a short Q&A after that. Move ahead to next slide, please. CellaVision has a long history. We go back all the way to 1994. So you could really say that we are the pioneers within the field that we work. We have created the market of digital cell morphology. Before CellaVision, the only option was actually the manual microscope. So CellaVision has brought a new way of working to the hematology lab in the hospitals. Currently, we have very little competition, and we aspire to remain the leaders within our field. We have formed a strategy that we'll implement on during the coming 5 years, and we believe that it supports our leading position here. And that strategy will be expanded on later in the deck. Please go ahead for next slide. There are some trends, I would say, in society that supports automation and that supports our value proposition. The first one being demography. We have an aging population, and they demand or require or need more and more healthcare. We also see that there is an increased prosperity in society and more money to be spent on healthcare. So there is a drive for efficiency. Also, there's a labor shortage, and automation can solve that labor shortage problem. And the third trend, I would say, is digitalization. There is a clear trend of moving away from manual procedures into digitalized procedures. So 3 strong trends that support adoption of our technology in society. Next slide, please. I think it's, okay, here I've moved a slide, sorry. Okay, so here we have CellaVision and the offering and the responsibility that we can take in a blood lab. And here it's clear that we can do the large laboratories with a high volume workflow. But recently, we have added products to also take care of the small and mid-sized laboratories. And the workflows are, as you can see on this image, very similar if you're in a large lab or in a small medium lab. The basic difference is the volume. Some facts around it. We have globally about 17,000 large labs around the world and around 100,000 small, medium-sized labs. Our base business and our foundation is the large labs. That's where CellaVision started, and that's where the need for automation was the largest. So that section is the base and what is developed first for CellaVision. But since 2019, we have added also products to cater for the small, medium-sized labs. And you can say we have built an ecosystem where you can interact between large and small. That creates a strength. And we have also added to that ecosystem with sample preparation. Sample preparation is very important if you want to take crisp and clear images that are good for analysis. And we have acquired a company that works with sample preparation, and that is represented by the stains here. You can see that for the large labs, our partners, we will expand more into the business and go-to-market model. They take care of the first part of the value proposition, and we take care of the second part here. And for the small, we take a little bit bigger responsibility where we also do the sample preparation, the smearing, and the staining. All right, next slide, please. And, here we have the market drivers. Here we have the demography, the three drivers that we would say in society. Demography, aging population. I think we've had this already. Was this slide there before already? I think I talked to it.
I don't think we have shown this slide before.
Sorry, I think I read in my deck on a different slide. But so I think I've talked to this one before. I do this briefly then. Demography with an aging population that emphasizes the need for our technology and the need for efficiency and the need for consolidation and standardization in the lab. Yes, next slide, please. Sorry for that. All right, the next slide again. So what makes CellaVision unique and what is our key strengths? Well, we combine different skill sets and competencies to make CellaVision successful. At first, we are strong when it comes to sample preparation or staining of slides. And that is important if you want to take crisp images. Without a good sample preparation, the cells look a bit like jellyfish in the water. They are basically see-through, but with correct staining, you can see the components that make up the cell. A second strength is that we have optics and precision mechanics, and that is also crucial to get clear images and high image quality. And last but not least, when you have captured your good image, then you need some artificial intelligence and software to do the analysis and present the solution for the lab manager or the doctor. So it's many disciplines that altogether make CellaVision a unique company and successful company. Next slide, please. Okay, our go-to-market strategy, I would say that is a result of the workflow in the lab. When we looked at the workflow before, we could see that partners took care of cell counting and sample preparation for the large labs, and CellaVision did the analysis. And the CellaVision part of the total bloodline in the lab is about 10 to 20%. So for us, it makes a lot of sense to partner with the companies that cater for the other systems in the blood lab. Those partners are the ones that you can see down to the right. All of them, the characteristics around them are that they are global companies, and we have non-exclusive agreements with all of those. So whoever wins a contract for a bloodline really doesn't matter to CellaVision as long as we also include a digital cell morphology solution at the end of this one. So there are some clear advantages of the way that we have chosen to go to market. It is that it's an indirect model, and that is efficient and scalable. So if you want to grow fast and move into new geographies, this is an efficient way to do it. So it really supports our growth agenda to do it this way. A disadvantage could be that you don't have as much direct contact with your end customers. But we have solved that by working with market support organizations. We have established market support organizations that will bridge this disadvantage for us. And I will expand upon that in the next slide. So next slide, please. Yeah, here we can see that this is really cost effective for us because we don't have so many people involved, and we still cover around 40 countries. We have offices in 17 different countries. You can see those to the right. And with those, we have access to neighboring countries, making up of a total of 40. So we still have a few white spots on the map, but we have a fairly good global presence with a relatively small workforce, I would say. And it doesn't take too much resource and time to establish a new market with this model. The responsibility of the market support is to create awareness, educate, support, and also support the sales process, but not to do the transactions. They can work with large labs, they can work with the small, medium-sized labs, and they can also work with the reagents. So there is a synergy between the three product groups that we have that can all be catered by these market support resources. So we think that this indirect go-to-market model, supported by the market support organizations, creates the best out of two worlds for us. All right, next slide, please. There we go. Okay, into some financials. We have two financial targets. It is growth, an average of 15% growth year by year, and it should be profitable, more than 30% in EBITDA margin. And if we look at history, we have a proven track record of good growth. If we take 17 through 2021, we had 14% growth average over these years, and also we had good profitability. There is some scalability built into our business model. So if we focus on something, it's mostly on growth, because if we get the growth, this scalability that we have built in the business model will create profitability in the end. So if there is a trade-off between investing for future growth and short-term profits, let's say, we will always go for the long-term growth. That's the most important thing for CellaVision. Next slide, please. Yeah, financial developments so far here. If we look at 2021, we had a good year with a strong outcome. We can clearly say that we're back on a growth path again after COVID-19 pandemic. We ended the year on a strong note with 24% growth and a strong EBITDA margin for the full year of 35%, so well above our financial targets. And if we look at the start of 2021, the Q1 results, they continue on that trend. Also a strong performance with 15% organic growth and a 36% EBITDA margin. On the positive side, I can say that we have a strong momentum in all markets, almost all markets, especially in the US and in Americas. We have a very strong momentum. It's also strong in Europe and parts of Asia. But in the Chinese market, we still see some weaknesses, and that's related to the COVID-19 pandemic still. Strong note is also that we have the small and mid-sized instruments that cater for that market that is well received on the market, and we're starting to see very good traction, especially in North America on those. So that's positive. On the negative side, things that we are cautious about and that we're looking into and monitoring, it's of course the supply situation. It is difficult to find some critical components, especially electronics, and that is something that we monitor closely. And we also need to build some inventory to mitigate some of these situations. We also spend some engineering resources in mitigating supply situations. The situation in Ukraine and Russia is, of course, also monitored. We had a very small operation in Russia, only one person in Moscow, and no significant sales. That's an office that we have closed down. And also then the last negative would be inflation. The supply situation and the Ukraine situation enhances inflation, I would say. So we monitor closely what the inflation rates are, and we also have a dialogue with our customers to see if we later on during the year can pass some of the cost increases on to end customers. Next slide, please. We have three main categories of products. It is the instruments, it's the reagents, and it's the software. Software and other, I would say. And they have three different characteristics. If we look at the instruments, they are what we call capital sales. They have a fairly strong gross margin, about average of our gross margin that we have in our assortment. and they have a great growth potential there. We have both the large instruments, where we have about 24% penetration in the market, and then we have the newly launched smaller instruments, where we have just recently started, so we have less than 1% penetration on those. If we look at the reagents, those were additions from 2019. There it's a recurring revenue stream from those reagents, and we have a strong track record in Europe, and we believe that we can export that track record into the APAC region and the Americas region as well. So also there a strong growth potential for those reagents. When it comes to software and other, it's mostly sold in conjunction with installation of new systems. So we would consider that also a capital sales model. We are looking into making it, let's say, semi-recurrent by not having it by not having the license models during a full lifetime, but to have them to expire after 3, 5, or 7 years, perhaps. Very strong gross margin on the software, of course, and also there we see a strong growth potential, and also with the integration between small and large systems to create an ecosystem, we have a software that supports that, and that is supporting the growth currently in the software and others section. Okay, next slide, please. And next slide again. Yeah, here we enter into the last section of the presentation, where we want to unfold a little bit about the strategic direction that will support, it focuses on long-term growth for us. We have 5 pillars that will support this growth, and it's both growth today among these 5 pillars and growth tomorrow. If we start with the large labs, pillar 1, that's the core business of CellaVision, and we have a penetration of about 24% in that market. So there's still a long way to go, and I would say that's the base. That's the engine in CellaVision so far. If we move ahead and look into pillar 2 and 3, those are recent additions to our product assortments, and they're currently in an adoption phase. The small and medium-sized labs is an instrument that was launched in 2019, and we can see increased traction now after COVID on those, but it's still from a low level. So the main engine, large labs, is still pulling CellaVision ahead, but as time goes by, these 2 additions here will be accelerators for our growth and make sure that we have continued growth over the lifetime here of this strategic cycle. We have new products that are currently under development, so they're not out on the market yet. It's an ongoing investment, let's say, and that is in pillar number 4. We call it specialty analysis, and that is for the non-routine analysis that is catered for by pillar 1 through 1 and 2 in the labs, the large labs and the small medium labs. That's more of a standard flow. But these analyses take longer time, and they need a special software. And here we can increase our market by introducing software and instruments to cater for that specialty analysis. And that's currently a development that is ongoing within the company. And last but not least, we have acquired a new technology that we find interesting, and that could help us to build products that are better for the future, both within hematology, but possibly also outside of hematology. And this was an acquisition that we did early last year, and we're currently running a feasibility study on that technology. And so far it looks quite promising, but it's still early days. So that's a development that's ongoing, but it's nothing that significantly will impact revenues during this strategic cycle here up to 2026. Next slide, please. Okay, to break it down a little bit more and to create a little bit more color around the strategy and the market size. we can say that by implementing this strategy and following pillar 2, 3, 4, and 4, we have increased the market size, the annual market size for CellaVision from about 2 billion to about 5 billion. The large slabs market is it's a market for us that it has a value of about 2 billion, and we have penetrated it to approximately 24%. And then recent additions of products to the market increases that market from 2 to 4 billion. We add the small medium labs with the DC-1 instrument that is launched in 2019. And we also add the acquisition of reagents and the combination of products that we can build with that. That adds another 1 billion to our market. And then for the future, when implementing the specialty analysis and the extra instruments and hardware and software that we can sell to existing customers, mostly the large labs that run high volume, we see that they will have a need for a second instrument and new software, and that will then also add another 1 billion to that, making up of a total of 5 billion Swedish SEK in market value. For the Explorer, the new areas and the new technology that we have acquired and are currently evaluating, there we haven't put the market value to it yet. It's too early for us to do that. So we will come back to that later on as that technology matures. But we believe that this strategy is a strong growth strategy for us that will support the financial targets that we have of 15% growth and a 30% EBITDA margin, let's say bottom line of 30% EBITDA margin over our strategic cycle. And if I look at the timing, I can see that we have one more slide left to go, but we can skip that slide and move over into Q&A section.
Okay, thank you for that presentation, Magnus. If we start with the question on the large labs, I mean, the penetration has been steadily increasing, and I think it's currently at 24%, is what you said. But where do you feel that you are now in the sort of technology adoption curve? And sort of, should we expect the rate of adoption to be stable here, or could it accelerate from these levels?
Yeah, if we go back to history, we can see that the adoption was actually quite slow for CellaVision, and I think it was because we were pioneers and we came in with a completely new technology. It was not best business practice because the manual microscope was the way to do it. But I would say in many markets, in Western Europe, basically all over Europe and North America, this is standard now. So in all blood labs where you replace a blood line, you use digital cell morphology at the end. So I would say that we could see an increased speed, slightly increased speed in adoption here when it comes to these markets. And then, of course, we have some markets with lower buying power in some areas of the world. There, the manual microscope is perhaps, if labor cost is not so expensive, I think it will take a little bit of time before we reach all of those labs.
Okay, and I mean, looking at your historical sales, I mean, it seems like you should get into a period now where a significant of your installed base should move into a sort of replacement time. To what extent do you see that as an opportunity to sell more capital sales, and that could also maybe sort of benefit the growth?
Yeah, correct. The cycle is about 7 to 9 years to replace a bloodline. So the window of opportunity to sell the new instruments per lab is around those 7 to 9 years. And if you go back in time and look at CellaVision sales 7 to 9 years ago, we can see that we had significant sales in Northern Europe and in the USA, for example. And we also see that labs that replace a bloodline tend to never go back to manual procedures again. They don't go back to the manual microscope. They buy a new CellaVision instrument. And The timing to replace a bloodline, sort of the life of the cell counter and the rest of the instruments in the lifetime coincides quite well with the lifespan of our instruments. So recurring revenue will be part of let's say, maintaining the base business of large labs.
Okay, interesting. And if we then move on to the smaller labs, I mean, it seems like the DC-1 product is finally, taking off. And I mean, could you comment a bit just more on the development you have seen during the quarter, and then also if this contribution from the smaller labs is something that can maybe take the overall growth above 15%?
Yeah, I think in percent the growth is really good for the small labs. There is certainly really nice traction, and I said especially in North America, but also in Europe. We had a CE mark earlier than the FDA clearance, so we've been on the market in Europe a little bit longer. But the Americas has a lot of integrated labs, integration between small and large labs in the same hospital chain. And there we have a software, the remote review software, that connects all this together. And we have seen a clear increase in software sales and also adoption of this DC-1 instrument in North America. There the majority is integrated labs when we sell the small instrument. In Europe, it's about 50-50, standalone labs or integrated labs. And we see slower adoption in Asia, actually, for the small instruments. We believe that there is a market and that the adoption will come, but it's a little bit slower. So in percent, the growth is good, but as absolute numbers, it's still the large labs that is the engine and that pulls us forward. So growth is it's an addition from the small ones, but the true growth is coming from the large instruments still. But nice additions from both reagents and the DC-1, the small system.
Okay, and I mean, you touched upon it a bit here on the question, but I mean, when I look at the sort of diagnostics or hematology space, it seems like, that there's a divide between in the market that labs are either getting bigger and centralized, or, you're getting smaller labs where the testing is, moving closer to the patient. So where do you see that you are sort of, or how are you positioned in this sort of bigger trend in the market?
Yeah, we can see the same trend, actually. There is a consolidation trend, and you can't take that too far. You have to be close to the patient as well. So some smaller clinics are cooperating in larger hospital chains where you have the expert at the central hospital, let's say. And then at the smaller clinics, you can run our smaller instrument at a lower cost, of course, than the large instruments, and then connect it with this software that we have, the remote review. And that's a very successful setup. It becomes a lot cheaper for the lab, for the hospital chains to man. If you want to have this manned 24/7, this lab chain with an expert, you can have one expert catering for several clinics. So it is an efficient way, and I think we have a good value proposition to serve that segment.
Okay, and I think we have time for just a brief final question, and that would be on competition. I mean, you are the pioneer in this market, but how has competition developed lately, and how do you see it going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we are the pioneers, and we considered, up until lately, we considered the manual microscope to be the only competitor, let's say. We needed to change the lab from manual to digital. And I think we've been quite successful in that, but not on all markets. There are still markets where the manual microscope is dominant, and also for new installations, the manual microscope is still there. But we have received some competition lately from a Chinese company called Mindray that are active, especially on the Chinese market. They have launched a product, but we haven't seen it in the market yet, so it's quite early days for them. That is, of course, something that we need to monitor when it comes to competition. So because we need to share the market with them, we intend to invest and stay ahead of the game by having the best product offering. So that's a way of mitigating. We do see some effect, though, in China, for example, where we still see a lot of bloodlines being installed without digital cell morphology. Now we have a second player on that market that actually promotes the change from manual to digital. So it could be that it changes the trend and makes the adoption of this technology faster, which could benefit our sales as well then on that market.
Okay, I think we'll have to stop here in the interest of time, but thank you very much for the presentation and very interesting discussion. Now we will be back shortly with the Fluo Guide.
All right.
Welcome back to our next presentation. We now have a Fluo Guide and their CEO Morten Albrechtsen. Fluo Guide is a developer of surgical solutions for cancer surgery, and they currently have their lead product in late phase 2. So Morten, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Jacob, for the introduction, and welcome for the presentation here today. So what we do at the Fluo Guide is that we maximize a surgical outcome, and we do that by lighting up cancer. So if we have the next slide, it's a disclaimer, and I just ask you kindly to make your own assessment, and we do present it as good as we can. And if I may have the next slide. Now we're getting to the details, and we have decided to focus in on the oncologist doing surgery. And the reason for that is that they have, there's a huge need out there because the possibility for improving their surgery is quite large. And at the same time, there's just so many companies serving those surgeons, and it's meaning that they are not saying necessarily underserved, but they actually, you can easily get to them in a commercial company. So the surgeons doing oncology surgery is a quite interesting way to improve the treatment of cancer patients. So this we see as enormous potential and quite underserved. That we have now a technology that lights up cancer, and I'll show you some data. We also have tested it in our first clinical trial where we demonstrated it to be safe and work. And a unique thing with Fluo Guide is that we have a very rapid clinical development. because we only have the patient included in 48 hours, and it means that the time for the trials is fast, and also the cost is relatively low because we don't need this multiple years of follow-up of the patient. And in 22, we have quite very exciting milestones, which I will also present during the presentation. So if I may have the next slide, it's really showing what we're doing in a nutshell. The image on the left side is what appears to be a normal brain, but it's not. It's the brain where there's a cancer underneath, but you cannot see it because this is you see on the surface, and you cannot see it into the tissue. The technology behind FD1 is fluorescence used for the near-infrared light spectrum, and there you can see it through the tissue. You can see it 1 to 2 centimeters into the tissue, and on the image on the right side, the light is switched on, and you can actually see the screen area, which is the tumor. If I may have the next slide. Our technology is a quite simple product. It's a pharmaceutical product that is freeze-dried into vials, and before you use it, you reconstitute it into a solution, and then you inject the solution into the patient, into a blood vessel before surgery. It will then circulate around in the body, and all the cells that express this UPAR, which is the target we approach with our product, will have FD1 bind to it. And after a while, the background, all the FD1 that is in the blood will be removed, and only what is bound to the cancer is left. And that is what gives the light during surgery, where the surgeon can switch on the fluorescent light and see the cancer lighting up. So this is all simplicity what we are doing. So if I may have the next slide. And now I come into the result of our clinical trial. We're very pleased with it because we couldn't get it any way better than what we actually had. It was a trial where we tested FD1 in a patient with high-grade glioma. That's an aggressive brain cancer. It's a first-in-man study, so we had to had the primary objective was safety, and then we had to start out with a low dose. So what we decided in this study was that we would select the optimal dose, either limited by toxicity or when we have found the optimal image quality produced by FD1. We were not stopped by safety, and we did not expect to be so, but of course it was a first-in-man trial based on our preclinical data, our animal data, but also what we know about the flu for we use the IC green. We did not expect any problem with safety at all. The fluorophore that is used in our product, IC green, has been used since '59, and it was first approved in the US for an angiographic image agent. And ever since, it's been very well tolerated and a safe product. But in this study, we started out on 1 milligram per patient, and then we increased the dose. When we came to about 8 milligram, we start seeing it. Already in the first milligram, we had patients where it light up. But when we came to the 8 milligram, we could see it robustly through patients that actually they all light up. And from 16 milligram and up and forward, it was quite robust result we saw, where it would use to guide patient independent on where the cancer is located, but also independent on what equipment we are using. And this is a very neat result. When we get to the 36 milligram, we have a very high light intensity in the cancer, and we also produce a quite strong contrast between the light in the cancer and the background. When we get up to the 48 milligram, the background starts to blur the image, and we have a decrease in the image quality, which is quite nice. So we really can show that the 36 milligram is the optimal dose. So as mentioned, we had the 40 patient was shown to be very well tolerated. It's used across all the equipment tested, 4 different kinds. We've identified the optimal dose clearly. And then last but not least, we had the histology examination where the surgeon is taking out the tissue that lights up and tissue that does not light up, and send it to the pathologist and ask them to blind it, evaluate if it's cancer or not cancer in the sample. And what we can see is that all tissue that lights up, 100%, is actually cancer. And that's a very, very strong and make the product very reliable in this indication. If I may have the next slide, please. This one, is an image from a trial. What you see here is that the darker tissue around is the brain. The brain is the head is open, and you can see into the brain. And what you have in the middle that lights up is the cancer. And these tools they're using out on the left side of the image is really tools they use to dissect the cancer from the normal brain, so they can kind of separate it and take out the cancer. But this is really an image we got from the study here, where we can show very clearly that it lights up strongly in the cancer and not in the surrounding tissue. Of course, it's a very, very good image. You always need sunglasses when you see on it. But really what's very interesting here is the gray zones, where you have them in the border of the cancer, because that is where it's very difficult for the surgeon to decide if they should take a bit more tissue out, that then would risk the patient to have disabilities if they take too much, or too little, that risk that the patient have recur of the cancer. So it's a very, very tough decision point for the surgeon, and they have to take it on the spot. Having a product like this really helps them to make that decision and clearly define where to take out extra tissue and where not to take it out. So if I may have the next slide. And the next again. This is another image for one of the patients. This is, as I mentioned, this was a dose escalation study. So we started out low and increased the dose. This one was a patient that was dosed with 8 milligrams. So that was before we start to get this robust across different patients. But an interesting patient, because when you have patients with high-grade glioma, you actually have about 10% of the patient that you suspect to have high-grade glioma, that during the diagnosis following surgery actually are demonstrated not to have high-grade glioma. And this one was such a patient. There was a patient with a cancer called meningioma. It's a more benign cancer, generally speaking. This one was not, but generally speaking. The patient was therefore included in the study, but of course excluded from the efficacy analysis we did. So the interesting part here is on the left side, the image there is the cavity. And that's how the surgeons see it when they have removed the cancer. They see down in this, the cavity where they can see the normal tissue, they can see the blood, they can see, it's really hard to see what is what. And in this case, the neurosurgeon checked if there were any cancer left by switching on the light, and then saw the image in the middle where they could see some of the tissue light up. This tissue was removed and sent to the pathologist, and the pathologist confirmed it was cancer. And then the image on the very right side is the image after the tissue had been removed, where you can see there's no more light. And this is very much where we can create a lot of benefit for the patient. We can help the surgeon to check the cavity to see if there's any cancer left, and they have a chance to remove it. So if I may have the next slide. Then coming back to the receptor we are targeting, we're targeting this UPAR receptor, and the UPAR is an enzyme system that cancers use to spread. So when they want to spread into normal tissue, they have to break down the normal tissue. They have to tear down the fibrinogen, and they're doing this using the UPAR enzyme system. It's therefore needed on the forefront of the cancer, and that's very interesting for us, because that's exactly where we needed to guide the surgeon, because it's difficult to see where the cancer stop and the normal tissue start. It's not so difficult to see the middle of the cancer, because it's often necrotic or it's a complete different kind of tissue. So that's quite easy to see, but the borderline is interesting, and UPAR is exactly marking the borderline. Another aspect of it is that it's extensively expressed on almost all solid cancer except for prostate cancer. And then it's a mark of aggressivity. So the more UPAR that's expressed, the more malignant the cancer is. And what we then know is that the UPAR from literature and also from other studies, we know that UPAR is extensively expressed in a number of the large cancer indications: head and neck, lung, breast, colorectal, ovarian, bladder. So it's a quite diverse target, and still it's very specific to cancer. May I have the next slide, please? So what we have done then is that we have selected 2 indications we are focusing in on. The first one, as mentioned in the clinical trial here, is the aggressive brain cancer. It's because is that there was always a reference case in the brain cancer, a product approved, but is based on white light, where you cannot see it so deep into the tissue compared to this near-infrared light. So the surgeon knows it's there, and it's a possibility for us to get quickly and reliable into the market. Then we have selected the other indication, lung, which is the cancer type with the largest incidence. That's one reason for selecting it. The other reason is that a lot of the medtech companies, the large medtech companies, is actually battling in the lung, because when they launched a new robotic equipment, or all different kind of equipment they use for guiding the surgeons or helping the surgeon, then that is in lung. That's the ticket to partnering is really the lung indication. But the two indications together get us quickly to the market and target a large patient population. If we have the next slide. So obviously it's a huge market. Every year there's 15 million patients that have new patients that have cancer. 80% of them need surgery, and about 45 million procedures will take place in 2030, and it have a huge impact on the productivity in society if not handled properly. So the need is really there. And next one. What we have seen is a unique imaging drug. What is required for that is three things. It has to be specific to cancer, and it is because we're using the UPAR. It has to be used in multiple cancer indications. It's also the case because of the UPAR. And then last but not least, we need to have a compatibility to existing equipment. And as we used this IC Green, which is this contrast agent I mentioned, been approved since 59 in the US, all the equipment can actually see it and prepare for it. And this is a very neat thing, because imagine going out and changing light source or cameras and all this kind of thing on a room in the picture. And there may be 1 million of those rooms around the world. It's a huge task. So having possibility to be able to use the equipment that already is there in a plug and play is really a very, very neat thing. So if I may have the next slide. It's just an overview of the competitive situation, where we're the only product actually where you have a very cancer-specific target and can go for multiple cancer indications at the same time, where you have this compatibility to all equipment using the IC Green. And this is a really, really nice thing. If I may have the next slide. I think we have realized when we talk with equipment manufacturers, and we speak with them all the time, is that the timing is very very good as well. What have happened in the surgery scene is that things have become smaller. Back in the 19s, I mean, with scopes and make a small hole in the body instead of making a big hole, open surgery, they make a minimal invasive surgery. Then it became automated. They used the robotic surgery, helping the surgeon to have multiple tools in play at the same time. And then very recently, they start becoming digitalized. So, for instance, Medtronic acquired VisuSense camera, Olympus acquired Quest, and Getinge have just acquired one as well very recently. So this really means that they're now ready to be guided by this fluorescence guided products. And the first one was approved in ovarian cancer of the second generation product that have a specific bounding product. But this one was one that is linked up to an equipment that should be changed. So it's not an equipment independent product, but it start getting going on this fluorescent guided surgery. So we think the timing is really here, where this will boom over the next years, and are really extremely exciting about the good result combined with the timing. If I may have the next slide. It's an overview of the clinical trials that is ongoing and planned. We have now completed the 2A study in aggressive brain cancer, and we will initiate the 2B. We have, and after that has been initiated, we'll initiate one in less aggressive brain cancer. You saw the result in the meningioma, which is basically a benign cancer, but because it's localized in the brain, it's a quite high proportion of patients have a side effect from the surgery. And as it's a been in cancer, they live the entire life with this disability, and therefore actually the benefit of making precise surgery in less malignant cancer is equally large as making precise surgery in aggressive brain cancers. But this one will be started also later this year. We have a lung cancer study that is ongoing, and importantly is that we will have two phase 2 results this year. We have the 1/2b in aggressive brain cancer, and then we will have the lung result also this year. There will be some interim reading from the lung cancer before, but the final top line result will come this year. If I may have the next slide. So the overview of our milestones is that due to our very short development, we have quite many milestones coming up that really each of them are significant in transforming FluoGuide into becoming more late stage. And we will have a couple of scientific presentations. We had the first one here now in Oslo last weekend. Bergen in Norway last weekend, and we will have a couple of more during the year. We will have the phase 2b in aggressive brain cancer. We have the FDA feedback on this indication. We'll have the 2A result in lung, and then we actually started up the production as well, preparing for the phase 3, which needed to be done before the phase 3 study can be started. And then we will initiate the clinical study in less aggressive brain cancer as well this year. 23 will also be very exciting. We have initiated the phase 3 program for FG1 in brain cancer. We will do the 2B3 in lung cancer, and well, it will be even more exciting year. But actually, we have some near-term milestone that is important to be in mind when you think about when to enter FluoGuide as owner. And if I may have the next slide, this is really the shareholder basis. We had a very early IPO on Spotlight, and were primarily supported by retail investors. We have Link and Arbejdernes Landsbank coming into it. Arbejdernes Landsbank from the very beginning. Link being coming in, I think it was half a year after our IPO. And then since we have worked on getting a more broader range of institutional investors, and we have Detta Germany, AB2 Sweden, we have an OP in Finland, one of the large banks institution up there. So we have a quite nice and broad support from institutional investors as well now. We have coverage from different sources, both commissioned and non-commissioned. We have 40% of the ownership is retail now, and then we have the management strongly incentivized, but not too much to dominate the development of the company. So we have a really good shareholder basis, believe now, taking full advantages of the good results we have had, and also a lot of interesting milestones coming up in the next month and years. That was the presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Moving on to the Q&A, and I would like to start on the the first in human trial where you presented the data here actually earlier this week, and I mean, I think it was quite satisfying, and you also highlighted that the tumor to background ratio were clinically relevant in your selected dose. And I mean, could you just expand a bit on that, and also maybe some feedback you have had from key opinion leaders on this initial data?
Yeah, no, when we take this tumor to background ratio, this is the measurements where you take the light intensity in the tumor and the light intensity in the background, and then divide them with each other. And then if you have a tumor to background ratio about 1, then you have more light in the tumor than the background. When we have said during our clinical trial that we have light in the cancer, we actually meant that we have a positive tumor to background ratio, so more light in the cancer than the background. And we saw that already from the first dose in 2 out of 3 patients. But what has been important is that the light intensity has been increasing as we have increased the dose. And it means that we have had a relevant tumor to background ratio from about 8 to 16 milligrams and up. So this is on the tumor to the background. On the feedback from the key opinion leaders is that, and I think this is both from the key opinion leaders but also the equipment manufacturers, is that they're quite impressed that we can see our product on their equipment without making any physical change to it. We can use the setting they have for this geographic visualization of IC Green, and for the equipment manufacturer, they think it's plug and play, and for the key opinion leaders, they're very intrigued by its precision and also that it's you can use the equipment that they already have.
Just, I mean, with this data in the books, what's the path forward and sort of the steps you have to go through before we can see this product approved and on the market?
Yes, it's an imaging drug, so it's developed under the drug regulation. So we need to have it through the clinical trials. We have now done the 2A study, this one and 1 and 2A. So what we would need to do is setting up the 2B, which is commencing now, and we have the result this year. And basically, the design of that study will be similar to the phase 3 study that we then can start in 23. Due to the short inclusion or involvement of the patient in the trial, 48 hours, the study is going quite quick. The number of patients we would need, of course, in the phase 3 will be determined in the 2B. But what we see on some of the competitors and where they have done it, it will be in the range of 150, 200 patients needed for the phase 3 trials. For the 2A, sorry, the 2B study we're starting now, it will be 24 patients.
Okay, and I mean, you mentioned the sort of serendipitous discovery of the meningioma tumor, which also lit up green. I mean, what sort of does that do to the, I guess, value proposition of your product if you can also prove it to work in other brain tumors?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think, I mean, again, actually, it was surprised, but it's actually quite important because one would say, well, it's not so malignant tumor, so is it really relevant? And yes, it's very relevant because reoperation, because not removing all of the cancer is one issue. Another issue is that they take out too much, creating disability on the patient. And the third thing is actually many of this benign tumor convert into malignant tumors. So it's actually, for a lot of reasons, the need in benign or less aggressive brain tumor is equally high as in aggressive brain tumors. So it actually opens up a market that is much larger than just going for the malignant tumor. And furthermore, it's the same customers, it's the same equipment manufacturers, it's the same everything. So the whole sales cost is much more marginal than compared to going for another indication. So this is quite an interesting aspect, I would say, we have discovered.
And I mean, we also had this serendipitous find in a lung cancer tumor that had the metastasized into the brain. To what extent is that an indication of that your product also works in lung cancer?
Yeah, I would love to say that it's an indication that we work in lung cancer and better have it light up in the metastasis to the brain than not having it. But I think that we have to do the study and see the result. But if you look at the scientific foundation of where UPAR is expressed, it should work in lung. So we have a quite high hope, but it's not a proof having one patient that doing it. We need to see the result of the trial. But of course, encouraging.
Okay, and just briefly, short question. I mean, you did a share issue raised, I think, 25 million Swedish crowns here a couple of months ago. Just update us on your current sort of capital need and runway ahead.
Yeah, no, the reason for us doing that is that by doing that we can have this phase 2 result lung and brain, and then actually we are a good runway after that. We have a very low cash burn, fixed cash burn. So we are very comfortable situation right now, which of course is during the market, the harsh market situation is nice to be in. So that was the reason for us doing it. And we got a new investor on board, the OP in Finland, and have support from our current institutional investors.
Okay, in the interest of time, we will stop here. Thank you very much, Morten, for participating, and we'll be back shortly with Arctic Bioscience.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back to our next presentation. We now have Arctic Bioscience and their CEO Christian Walderhag and their medical director Runhild Gammelsäter. Arctic Bioscience is a company who possesses a unique source of omega-3, which they use to develop a pharmaceutical for a large unmet need in psoriasis. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes. Welcome to this presentation of Arctic Bioscience. I'm Christian Walderhag, CEO, and with me today I have our medical director, Runhild Gammelsäter. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide. So, as mentioned here, Arctic Bioscience is a company developing pharmaceutical and nutraceutical products based on the unique properties of herringbone, utilizing proprietary technology and methodology. Next slide, please. Today, we will have a brief introduction of the company Arctic Bioscience, but our main focus will be on the pharma development. We will start by running a short video. Run the video, please.
Norge er en havnasjon. Vi disponerer havareal som er mer enn 5 ganger større enn vårt landareal. I flere århundrer har silda, havets sølv, vært en kritisk kilde til mat og inntekter for generasjoner av nordmenn langs kysten. Nå gjør vi arvesølvet om til gull. I 2011 ble Arctic Bioscience etablert. I en fjordarm mellom Sunnmørsalpene i Hovdebygda i Ørsta. En kommune med 10 000 innbyggere. Akkurat nok til å fylle salen vi sitter i dag. Det som startet med produksjon av kosttilskudd fra silderogn, er nå på vei til å bli et norsk medisineventyr. En historie om å bruke biprodukt fra sildefiske fra norske hav til å bedre livskvalitet verden over. I 2012 oppdaget vi at silderogn kunne ha et farmasøytisk potensial. 8 år senere ble resultatet fra den første kliniske studien for psoriasis fra Haukeland publisert, med veldig lovende resultat. Nå utforsker vi også silderognens potensial som medikament rettet mot prematurfødte barn, noe som er utrolig givende å jobbe med. Fra bygda til Ivar Aasen bygger vi en bærekraftig høykompetanseindustri med ansatte fra 3 kontinent. Fra Norge, Italia, Kina og India og USA. Fra Ørsta driver vi en bedrift der mer enn 90% av inntektene kommer fra eksport. Fra Sunnmøre kom ideen om å utføre en klinisk fase 2-studie mot psoriasis i 5 europeiske land. Det kan bli den største kliniske studien som er utført av et norsk selskap. Målet er å bedre livskvaliteten til psoriasispasienter verden over. Med en ny morgendag vil vi være avhengig av nye næringer for å finansiere alt som gjør Norge til Norge. For Norge er en havnasjon, og havrommet har gang på gang blitt utpekt som det vi skal leve av etter oljen. Men havets potensial er uendelig mye mer enn havvind og oppdrett. Det skal vi i Arctic Bioscience bevise. Takk for oppmerksomheten. Norge er en
Thank you. Arctic Bioscience has an experienced management team with long experience in the field of marine lipids, as well as pharma development. Bringing us to the next slide about the business areas and Arctic Bioscience in brief. Very shortly, we have a drug candidate, HR350, for mild to moderate psoriasis. And we also have, as mentioned, a cash-generating global Nutra business. The next slides, I will touch a bit more on this too. Next slide, please. What's important to emphasize is that both our business areas are built upon the same technology and IP platform, which we have in our main office in Hovdebygda at the west coast of Norway. Next slide, please. Arctic Bioscience has a robust ESG footprint with a focus on quality of life for our patient groups. We also have a very good gender balance and women in leading positions. Our business is utilizing byproducts from sustainably harvested marine resources. Next slide, please. Currently, our main source of raw material is North Atlantic herring from the Norwegian coast, where supply of the herring roe is secured by partnership agreements with leading suppliers. Next slide, please. That brings us to the nutraceutical business, which I will shortly touch upon. It's a global market in growth, with more than 90% of our sales is abroad. Most importantly, and important to emphasize, is our very successful launch in the Chinese market through our partnership with Kotler, which we see already is starting to generate interesting growth. Then we'll move on to the pharmaceutical development and introducing our medical director, Runhild Gammelsæter. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Christer. So our investigational medicinal product HRO350 is extracted from herring roe, contains phospholipid esters and other biologically important lipids. Over the past year, we've developed a method for producing HRO350 in accordance with good manufacturing practice, GMP, and we have developed appropriate soft capsules for oral administration for use in our upcoming phase 2b clinical trial. Additionally, we received a 5 million Norwegian kroner grant from the Norwegian Research Council for exploring the mode of action of HRO350 in cellular models. On the next slide, I want to reflect briefly on medicines made from natural raw materials, because even today, nature is still the source of many important medicines. As an example, end-stage cancer patients are still treated with morphine, which is extracted from opium poppies. In the middle of surgery, heparin, an anticoagulant, which is extracted from pig's intestines, is still used to save patients from blood clots. And nature continues to awe and inspire us at Arctic Bioscience. We have identified biologically important active substances in herring roe with potential in the treatment of the inflammatory condition psoriasis. The next slide illustrates metabolic pathways of these phospholipid esters. While we don't yet know the precise mode of action of HRO350, we do know that the active substances have specific metabolic pathways in the body. This includes biosynthesis of molecules which are known to have immunoresolvent properties. These mechanisms are not immunosuppressive like some drugs currently used to treat psoriasis. Recently, such immunoresolvent therapies have been suggested as an approach for treating inflammatory diseases like psoriasis. And on the next slide, we will look at the prevalence and severity of psoriasis. So psoriasis is a chronic inflammatory disease which affects the skin. It's fairly prevalent as well, affecting 2 to 6% of the population. Psoriatic disease is categorized by severity, often using the PASI score, which is the Psoriasis Area and Severity Index. A PASI of less than 3 is considered mild disease, and a PASI over 10 is considered severe psoriasis. Our drug development program focuses on patients with PASI below 10, mild to moderate psoriasis. And 90% of patients have a PASI below 10. And a report on the psoriasis market landscape by IQVIA found that this constitutes 21 million patients in the US and Europe alone. On the next slide, we will look at our randomized double-blind placebo-controlled pilot clinical trial in mild to moderate psoriasis. So results from this study have been published and the peer-reviewed journal pointed out that disease severity is important when determining the appropriate treatment for psoriasis patients. In recent years, several new drugs have become available for treatment of severe psoriasis, but there have been few treatment advances for patients with milder disease. The study included 64 patients and had a placebo-controlled period of 26 weeks, followed by an open-label extension to week 65. The primary endpoint was comparing the change in mean PASI in the group treated with herring roe oil, HRO, and the placebo group from baseline to week 26. The study demonstrated promise for herring roe oil taken as oral capsules as the treatment option in patients with non-severe psoriasis. And as we see on the next slide, a statistically significant improvement in mean PASI was observed with HRO, which is the dark blue line, compared to placebo, the orange line, at week 26 in the full patient population. And the improvement was greatest in patients with a PASI score from 5.5 to 10 at baseline, which you see in the right graph, which is a more moderate but still non-severe disease state. HRO was generally well tolerated, with no serious adverse events related to active nor placebo. Data from the open label extension is illustrated on the next slide. And this showed that patients who were treated with HRO from start, which is the dark blue line, appeared to have sustained efficacy, which increased further over time, up to week 65. The patients who had received placebo in the first 26 weeks, the orange line, were switched to HRO in the open label extension period. And it was observed that these patients had a similar improvement over a 20-week period, catching up with the patients who had received HRO throughout. It's also worth mentioning that 58 of the 64 patients elected to continue and completed the trial. And this is high adherence for a trial of 15 months duration, and it may reflect that the treatment was generally well tolerated. So this study had a number of secondary endpoints, including quality of life, which is shown on the next slide. So effectiveness on a clinical endpoint, such as PASI, may not be meaningful for the patient. Patient-reported outcomes, such as the DLQI, the Dermatology Life Quality Index, shows that skin-related quality of life improved, along with the observed improvements in disease severity. Patients treated with HRO throughout the study had a 55% improvement in DLQI after 65 weeks, with a total reduction of 4.9 points DLQI. And a reduction over 4 points in the DLQI scale is considered clinically important for the patient. The next slide shows another secondary endpoint. So the Physician Static Global Assessment, PSGA, assesses the general severity of psoriatic disease. And the goal of treating psoriasis is for patients to get a PSGA of 0 or 1, clear or almost clear skin. And this can be a more meaningful endpoint for patients who often speak of this as being comfortable with going to the beach or wearing a bikini. All patients had a PSGA between 2 and 4, mild to moderate disease at start, and after 15 months, 40% achieved a PSGA of 0 or 1. And this result is similar to costly medicines that are currently only offered to severe patients. The next slide shows data on an inflammatory biomarker from this study. So psoriasis is an inflammatory disease where patients often have elevated level of cytokines, such as IL-17 and IL-23. And drugs for severe psoriasis often inhibit these cytokines to stop the systemic inflammation. Patients with mild disease will usually not have high systemic levels of these cytokines, which was also observed in this study population. However, the data showed that more HRO-treated patients in the blue bars had a decrease in IL-23 compared to the placebo group in orange bars, and that fewer HRO-treated patients had an increase in IL-23. And this is a finding that we will explore further in our drug development program and in the ongoing cellular studies. On the next slide, we will look at the treatment landscape. So patients with severe psoriasis that have a PASI over 10 are treated with costly systemics and injectable biologic drugs, and many of which are immunosuppressants. For milder disease, as the patients studied in our pilot clinical trial, Patients are mainly treated with topical corticosteroids, which are not effective enough for many patients and also cumbersome to use. Light treatment is available for more moderate patients, but this requires the patients to visit a light clinic, and it's not suitable for all patients. Advantages of our drug candidate HRO350 versus the competition includes the target population itself, a promising safety profile, and also price competitiveness. The next slide shows the market potential for HRO350. So there are approximately 21 million patients with mild to moderate psoriasis in the US and Europe alone. There are few effective treatment options for these patients, and international experts confirm the need for new, well-tolerated and cost-effective medicines for the patients that have mild to moderate disease. The next slide shows how Arctic Bioscience are progressing with the clinical development of HRO350 for mild to moderate psoriasis by initiating a phase 2b clinical trial. So the pilot clinical study provided a lot of insight into how to design this phase 2b study. We've also received scientific advice from the European Medicines Agency, and the study is due to start this year. This is a large clinical trial with planned inclusion of over 500 patients with a primary endpoint at week 26. The study will investigate efficacy and safety of 2 doses of HRO350 versus placebo with a 1-year treatment period. The next slide shows the full planned drug development program for HRO350. So all medicinal products, including those from nature, need to be assured for quality, efficacy, and safety before they are approved for use. After scientific advice from the EMA, we designed a drug development program leading up to a marketing authorization application for HRO350. And following the phase 2b study, we are planning a smaller pharmacokinetic study, which will be designed based on the findings in phase 2b and also the currently ongoing cellular studies, and this to identify appropriate markers. A phase 3 clinical study is also planned before the marketing authorization application. We plan to look for partnerships and licensing options based on the data from the phase 2b clinical trial to complete the development with a larger partner. In my final slides, I will touch briefly on our pipeline. Next slide, please. As part of the regulatory pathway for drug development of HRO350, we have prepared a pediatric investigation plan, which recently was agreed with the European Medicines Agency and their pediatric committee. The pediatric investigation plan was necessary for us to move forward with the clinical development program, and it demonstrates our dedication to investigate HRO350 for the treatment of pediatric psoriasis as well. Not all medicines being developed for adults are deemed suitable for use in children, but the pediatric committee noted no concerns on potential long-term safety issues in relation to pediatric use. The process of developing this plan included a comprehensive toxicology review, and it has increased our knowledge of the challenges children with psoriasis have and the severely limited treatment options these children have today. On the next slide, also in our pipeline, we've entered a collaboration with Smerud Medical Research International to develop a new drug candidate based on phospholipid esters for brain development in extremely premature infants. We will seek scientific advice from regulatory authorities and plan to apply for orphan designation for the drug candidates. This drug development program will run in parallel with our clinical program for psoriasis. In the next and final slide, we will look at our further potential pipeline. So through the psoriasis drug development program, we will investigate immunomodulating properties of HRO350. And insights gained in this program may prove useful in other conditions involving chronic systemic inflammation. In the future, our pipeline could be extended to explore HRO350 and other drug leads as well in a range of inflammatory conditions. So nature inspires us, and at Arctic Bioscience, we aspire to bring the potential from nature through rigorous drug development programs, and our aim is to improve quality of life for patients. And with that, we would like to proceed to the Q&A session.
Okay, thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. My first question is on the planned phase 2b study for HRO 350. I know that you have selected or conducted the site feasibility now. Can you update us on where you are in sort of the progress towards starting to treat patients?
Yes, so we have been working, as you say, with our CRO who have conducted feasibility in 5 countries. And we've located sufficient number of sites and very interested physicians to conduct the trial. And in parallel, also, we have been writing our IMPD and developing the GMP product for the trial as well. So I think it's worthwhile to mention that we are doing all of this ourselves and also finishing the CTA. So more information to come shortly.
Okay, interesting. And I mean, as you highlighted during the presentation, there is a quite substantial unmet medical need in the mild to moderate psoriasis. But I mean, I also know that Amgen recently got their drug Otezla approved as the first oral treatment in this space. So can you just sort of briefly touch upon what that means for you?
Sure. So the apremilast, that's a phosphodiesterase inhibitor, and it has a different mechanism of action compared to our product. I would say that's the first thing. It's been approved for moderate and severe disease for a number of years. And I would say it's fantastic for patients to have that oral option. Although, as some physicians point out, it's very costly compared to what the patients usually experience with this. It also has a very different safety profile from our product. So the classes and the effect mechanisms are very different. And in the FDA, they now received extension to also to the full psoriatic population. So I think first off, we should be happy for patients that they do have this treatment option. Yet experts I have spoken to are still optimistic that we will have a very different product, which will be very useful for many patients.
Okay, and then you mentioned on the pipeline your new candidate that you're about to develop for relating to brain development in extremely premature infants. Just can you highlight just big picture why you could see that product working and also maybe put the potential, I mean, market opportunity in the context of your lead asset?
Mm-hmm. So DHA, one of the omega-3 fatty acids, which herring roe is extremely rich on, is also bound to phospholipid esters naturally in herring roe, and this is quite unique. And it's difficult to harvest this, and this is where our proprietary technology comes in. So the extremely premature infants, they're born 3 months early, and brain development in the fetus at that time, in those last 3 months, is substantial. And basically DHA is what you say, vacuumed from the mother's system to be incorporated into brain cells, because the brain cell membranes are extremely rich in DHA, as same goes for retina. So to have a normal brain development, it is crucial that these children get an adequate amount of DHA in that very early time of their lives. So that's the rationale behind it. And I think we have a quite unique opportunity here to make something that can be extremely useful for these children.
Okay, and just as a final question, I mean, can you just update us on where you are with your cash position and the runway you see, and if you foresee any capital need in the near future?
Yes, I think we communicated during the IPO that there will be need for cash into the company first half of 2024. Prognosis and forecast still see Q1, Q2 2024 as the point where this is needed. Depending on several factors, of course. Runhild earlier mentioned the potential of entering into licensing deals on the HRO 350, which may also give the companies some upfront payments and thus financing for further growth.
Okay, I think we'll have to stop there. Thank you very much for the presentation and the Q&A. Next up, we'll have a short or a 30-minute lunch break before returning at 12:30 with Novo Nordisk.
Welcome here to the ABG Life Science Seminar, and my name is Morten Larsen. I'm an analyst here with ABG in Copenhagen, and with me today I have Daniel Bosen, Head of IR CVP with Novo Nordisk, largest company in Scandi region that just delivered very strong Q1 and has a very appealing story. Daniel, why don't you take it away, and afterwards we'll go into a little Q&A.
Yeah, thank you so much, Morten, and also a warm welcome from my side. So as Morten just said, we had some quite strong, at least from our perspective, results here in the first quarter, and we can discuss that a bit more. During our discussion, I think you can see the forward-looking statement slide. I just have to remember that or mention that, of course, there will be a potential forward-looking statement in what I'm going to talk about the next half an hour. But if we move to slide 4, then recall we back in 2019 introduced a set of strategic aspirations focusing on 4 quadrants, starting with purpose and sustainability, and we continue making progress across all quadrants, also the purpose and sustainability, where we obviously within environment have a focus on reducing our CO2 emissions. And although we have seen an increase versus last year where the world was in complete lockdown more or less, then we have, compared to 2019, we saw a decrease in our CO2 emissions. Then I also just wanted to briefly mention something we are actually quite excited about, that we got a positive recommendation from Inga now on a human insulin that can be stored without refrigeration. And that may sound simple, but in our efforts to expand our reach more patients that need our insulin treatments, then this is actually something we believe will be meaningful as we hopefully can roll this out across especially African countries where people struggle to store insulin under the right conditions today. If we move on to the innovation and therapeutic focus, our R&D aspirations there, we also made good progress. You see them mentioned on the slide here. I'll just mention a few of them. Obviously exciting to get the 2.0 version of Ozempic approved. Ozempic is doing extremely well. I'm sure we'll come back to that, growing 70% in the first quarter. So very strong momentum in our GLP-1 franchise, but driven by Ozempic. But of course, very nice to see we now have this more efficacious version on the market also. And then we have this aspiration of strengthening and progressing our biopharma, what we now call rare disease pipeline. And there we had some very strong results in the first quarter for concizumab, which is a treatment that has been underway for some years, but we're actually quite excited to see these results for concizumab. That is our new hemophilia treatment that can be used in both hemophilia A and B, and in people with inhibitors also. If we move to commercial execution, then very strong commercial performance. Morten already also mentioned that, but we have 3 aspirations. One is to increase our diabetes market share, and that's progressing well. Then we back in March at our Capital Markets Day raised our obesity aspiration. So we now say 25 billion Danish kroner in sales by 25, and you can say we grew 107% at constant exchange rate in the first quarter. So strong momentum in obesity, actually both in North America, but also in international operations where we still only have our first generation obesity treatment, Saxenda. And then finally, aspiration for rare disease franchises, sustained growth, and we actually also maintain that, mainly driven by our legacy product NovoSeven that actually did well in the first quarter. Just highlighting that this rare disease, which is for the majority of that for Novo Nordisk right now, is hemophilia treatment. That is just a quite sticky market with slow moving market dynamics. And finally, all of this, of course, financials turning into 18% sales growth at constant exchange rate and 18% sales growth. So very strong performance across the board, across geographies and across products. And that also led to that we returned 20 billion Danish kroner in the first quarter to shareholders. So all of this putting together, the strong start to the year and the momentum in the commercial pipeline also led to that we raised our guidance significantly. So we are now guiding 10 to 14% growth sales growth for this year. So really strong momentum in our business, and a lot of exciting things going on both within commercial, but also of course within R&D. So with that, Morten, I will actually give the word to you.
Oh, I have a ton of great questions here, or at least I hope they're great. But I actually want to take sort of a big picture before we dive into some of the nitty-gritty stuff. Because if you look at Novo in the past 5-7 years versus the journey you laid out the Capital Markets Day for the next 10 years plus, I mean, a lot of people on this call will know you as the insulin company, but will also have seen the growth in the insulin space stalling off and prices coming down. But that has been the case for the last 5 years. Now you're obviously showing super strong growth momentum going forward. What is the story that we should look for in Novo over the next 5 to 10 years? What is it we would be buying into?
Yes, I would say you're right. There's been a major transformation of the business where insulin 5 years ago was a large part of the business. It's a relatively small part of the business now because GLP-1 has been growing so much. We see a huge potential still in the GLP-1 market. The market is growing around 30% in the US and also very high growth rate outside the US. And we have a strong portfolio and we are competing with Lilly, which we have been competing with for 100 years. So there are two companies really trying to bring new and better treatments to the market and then compete. And we see a huge potential in that market still. Then, of course, the other leg of GLP-1 is obesity. And I think most of you probably know that we launched Wegovy, our second generation treatment last year. And Wegovy, we actually quite soon realized we couldn't produce enough. Demand was simply overwhelming, and we had to scale up significantly, and we have been doing that. And then we were hit by this quality issue at a sub-supplier, but they are now back in production, so that's also positive. So no doubt about that, obesity gets a lot of attention right now in this year and last year, but it will also be a very strong growth driver in the coming 5-10 years for Novo Nordisk. So really GLP-1 in both diabetes and obesity. But then insulin, of course, we also still continue trying to innovate there. We had some encouraging results for icodec just before we sent out the full year results. So that was actually quite encouraging results, showing that with a once-weekly insulin, we now actually could get with the same safety profile. We managed to lower the blood sugar more than what you have done with our insulin degludec. So we see a big potential for that insulin. A once-weekly insulin would be at least, even though we say it would be the same clinical profile, but at least it would be a huge convenience benefit for many patients. So I think from a sales and commercial, you should really expect it's the GLP-1 and hopefully also insulin contribution from especially icodec. And then at the same time, we are really investing, as you also alluded to, more significantly in R&D, trying to go into some of these other serious chronic diseases like NASH, like cardiovascular disease, areas that are closely related to diabetes and obesity, where we feel we can make a difference and where we are gradually building a pipeline.
So let's jump a little bit deeper into the GLP-1 market. The market in prescription US is growing plus 30%. It's basically a market that's been around for quite a while. You guys have 55% market share in that and taking a lot of share. But last week, we saw some news out from one of your competitors, tirzepatide, with a profile that could suggest you are coming up against a much tougher competition. Can you talk a little bit about how you see tirzepatide versus your semaglutide 2.0 versus how we should see this market growing going forward?
Yeah, so starting with the last question, we definitely think if you look at the GLP-1 scripts out of the total diabetes scripts on a global scale, it's 2-3%. In US, it's high teens, but there is still a huge potential. And the reason GLP-1 has been growing is because of the clinical benefit it brings, which is also more and more reflected in the treatment guidelines from various medical associations like the ADA or the EASD. So we see a huge potential. And the fact that our competitors bringing innovation into the market, they come with an efficacious product. I think if you look at the label, it's broadly speaking, on the high dose, they have a slightly higher blood sugar reduction than what we have with Ozempic, the higher dose of Ozempic. But they probably have a slightly higher weight loss on tirzepatide. Then I think when you look at the side effect profile, they probably also have a slightly different profile, tilted to get a bit more gastrointestinal side effects. In the trials, they also had higher dropout rates than what we normally see with Ozempic. So all in all, it's a strong competitor, and it's just it's good for the market dynamics that you have innovation brought in, so you don't see a commoditization of the class, but you rather see a continued innovation.
Sounds like you feel pretty comfortable with you don't see a lot of adverse impacts on market growth of the plus 30% going sort of in the near term at least.
No, I think near term is of course a keyword, because there is obviously as numbers gets bigger, there is a mathematical component here. But again, if you look in the US, it's still less than 10% of scripts that are GLP-1. If you look outside the US, it's much less. In China, we're just getting started, really rolling out GLP-1. So there's a huge potential for GLP-1, and more, and many more people with type 2 diabetes should really be on a GLP-1 from a clinical perspective.
I guess the second impact, the secondary impact of this is, of course, on pricing on GLP-1, because we saw what happened on pricing in the insulin market some years ago when competition stiffened up. Obviously, it was more 3 players plus in that space. Now you're basically a duopoly with Eli Lilly. But how would you advise us to think about pricing in the GLP-1 space?
Yeah, but I think there's a big difference compared to the insulin market. Obviously, again, this is a forward-looking statement. I cannot predict what's going to happen. But in the insulin market, you saw significant price increases year over year, also net price increase in the years leading up to the patent expiry of insulin glargine. When we look at GLP-1, we don't have a positive pricing year over year. We actually have a negative, so to the tune of 10-15%. Mainly driven by rebate enhancements, so us providing additional discounts because payers are kind of requesting that in a class growing 30+%, and also of course a combination of the fact also there's also an impact from penetration in different channels in the US where you have lower net prices. So 10-15% quite consistently over the last couple of years is what we see. Price decline and net price decline for the GLP-1 portfolio in the US. So I think that's a major difference. And then of course also the difference that what happened in the insulin market was that the innovation dried out, and we launched Tresiba, but it was not really considered at that point in time innovative enough for payers to pay for it, and the market became commoditized. That's a bit different from what we see in the GLP-1 market, where we have launched Rybelsus as an oral GLP-1 a couple of years ago now. Lilly is now launching a new GLP-1. We are also working on next generation. So I think there are some fundamental differences here.
Okay. If you look at, I was about to ask you about consensus data for it, because you come out of a 70% plus growth in Q1 in your Ozempic business, which is the main driver for you guys. Obviously, super strong, and this is where tirzepatide is going to come in. Do you think you're as competitive in the market versus, and then you can split that market share? How should we think about it? Or is this a market share loss outlook for you guys?
No, but market shares always have to add 200%. So that's kind of so if you introduce a new product, then all things equal, they would get some share of the market, and that will impact the current products on the market. But I think we are very competitive with a portfolio with especially Rybelsus and Ozempic, and of course also still Victoza, but Victoza is gradually declining and going off patent in the next couple of years. But I think we have a very attractive portfolio, and there's a very strong momentum behind Ozempic and semaglutide as a brand, and that's a reflection of it just does the trick. I mean, physicians and patients are super happy with Ozempic because it's easy to use. You have limited side effects, gastrointestinal side effects. Now you actually also get this opportunity of intensifying with a 2.0 milligram version. So I think we're very competitive.
And from a great story to one that is also a great story, obesity, but one where you have had some hiccups, to put it politely. Can you talk a little bit more about where you are in the situation around returning Wegovy to the market? Just remind us where you are.
Yeah, so we are in the situation that this supplier that unfortunately we were dependent on for 22, they had some end of last year, they told us that they had to shut down production for some months due to quality issues. They are back producing, which is positive, of course. But given the very strong demand we have seen in the market, and we had in early April, late March, we actually decided to stop shipping the lower doses. We had some capacity to supply the US market in the first half of this year, but we told doctors not to start new patients. Our primary focus was on maintaining patients on the treatment, those that were already on the treatment. That turned out to be very difficult to stop prescribers from initiating new patients. So we simply stopped shipping the lower doses. I think a very strong testimony that the underlying demand for an obesity treatment with this efficacy of 15, 18% weight loss, that's a huge unmet medical need. So now, of course, evaluating the market dynamics and knowing and looking at that we are there, our sub-supplier is back in production. Then we're building up inventories, and then we'll find the best way to make the products available during the second half again. So we are, of course, assessing what is the best way. How do we do this in a way where we don't disappoint doctors and patients again? So we will do that in due time once we feel we have the right amount of inventory and the right way of doing it.
This is part of the business or the outlook that can be hard for us outsiders to really evaluate, because you sold obesity drugs for 8 billion last year. You target plus 25 billion in 2025, but you also grew more than 100% in the first quarter. So it's like, either you have to slow it down and think about tirzepatide also coming in there, or there's something else going on. How should we think about this? Because all vibes I get from US contacts is that there's a strong knowledge about Wegovy in the market, and people are, even less obese people are really interested in this product. So why should we not think about your 25 billion as way too cautious? Or at least maybe when we go into 2030, look at this as the next story.
Yeah, but I definitely think it's a very important part of our story. But we launched Wegovy with this so-called bridge program or copay program. So we gave a lot of free scripts of free products away. So for 6 months, you could, if you had a commercial insurance, you could have the product literally for free for 6 months. And there was a huge interest for that. Then we ran into supply issues. We have built a market access. We have around 80% market access in the commercial segment. It's still only 50% of employers that have so-called opted in, so that they're offering their employees. But market access has built fast. So a lot of positive signs. But of course, also, again, we haven't seen just 6 months with uninterrupted supply, with no free products out there, with full promotion. So I think we need to see some of these data points in combination with the first launches outside the US before we get a better feeling for how is this market developing. But we feel quite, our original obesity aspiration was double obesity sales by 25. But that was set before we saw the Wegovy launch, actually even before we saw the Wegovy phase 3 data. And no doubt about that, Wegovy has taken us by surprise. So So let's see how it develops once we have full supply and we launch outside the US.
Can you talk about some? We come back to tirzepatide as well from Eli Lilly, which also has this weight loss profile, which appears better than yours, Wegovy. It's approved in diabetes, not yet in obesity, but you guys also have a next punch in CagriSema coming up. Can you talk about how you see your sort of the competitive environment shaping out over the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, I don't think it's that different from diabetes again. I mean, we compete with Lilly. They bring in a new. They're working on bringing in. They sent out the high-level results for the first obesity trial with tirzepatide, and looks to be slightly higher weight loss than what we have with Wegovy. Personally, I'm not sure it matters that much whether it's 17 or it's 20, but and again, the side effect profile is probably slightly different. But of course, again, in this market in particular, it's very good to have someone help building the market, and then we just continue building our pipeline. We work on an oral version of Wegovy, so a once daily tablet with hopefully a weight loss around 15%. And then we also work on this CagriSema, the next generation, where we'll start the phase 3 program in the second half of this year. So, and based on the data we have there, we are quite optimistic that we'll be able to go to a weight loss around 25% with CagriSema, and then we'll have a portfolio suddenly of obesity treatments, which we think will be very, very important to really build this market longer term.
You mentioned the 25% weight loss in CagriSema, because in the past, some of your people have sort of been hinting at slightly higher weight loss profile than 25%. And you seem to be not walking it back, but at least scaling a little bit back towards the 25%. Is this, have you seen some data, or is this basically you being cautious?
No one has seen some data. I think we have always said around 25. That 25 is the level bariatric surgery provides, more or less. That is why that has been kind of the milestone that we have been aiming at. And we only have phase 1, phase 2 data where we with CagriSema saw weight loss of 17% in 20 weeks, where again the Wegovy gives you that, but in 60 weeks. So that's why we're comfortable. We'll go to these around 25, and we can reach this 25, which I think that's really the key, because then you are in the same range as bariatric surgery. And by the way, not all. If you end up with a weight loss of 25 on average, then not all patients needs to be on CagriSema then, because then there'll be patients losing 30 or 35 or probably 40%, and that's a lot. But that comes back again to building a portfolio. So then we'll have different options. We'll have Wegovy maybe as the backbone. We'll have the once daily tablet for those that are less interested in the weekly injection. And then we'll have, for those that really need even more efficacious weight loss, then we'll have CagriSema.
Weight loss has always been the golden grail, holy grail in the drug market. It's always been difficult. There's been a lot of trials, a lot of bad drugs out there. Do you feel comfortable we're getting there, where we have a medication treatment for this problem?
At least I think Wegovy has. I mean, as I've said, we were completely surprised by the demand for Wegovy when we launched that, and it took us 5 weeks to get to the same number of scripts that Saxenda spent 5 years reaching. So this different from Saxenda, the first generation product, which by the way would probably have made it into a blockbuster if it wasn't for COVID. So we always, end up talking about Saxenda that like it really didn't make any impact. But actually, I think it would have been a blockbuster if it wasn't for COVID. And that just shows that there is an unmet need. And Saxenda gives you 6 to 8% weight loss. And then when you suddenly have something that gives you more than 15% weight loss in a once weekly injection, simple to use, it seems like that has really opened the door, at least started opening the door to the obesity market. And again, there are more than 700 million people living with obesity. We all know that obesity is driving a lot of cost for society due to the comorbidities. including type 2 diabetes. So there's been a lot of fuss about this for many years, but no one has really managed to open the door. And it seems like the door is gradually being opened now, and that's just positive because it's a major issue for society.
We're coming up on 5 minutes left. I gotta ask about your guidance as well, because you raised the guidance already at Q1. You're targeting 10 to 14% local currency sales growth, and that's what you did. But you did 18% in Q1. If you took a look at EBIT growth, you target 9 to 13, but you also did 18%. And yeah, you have some more headwinds from some Chinese VBP coming in here, but you also have a COVID coming back plus growth. How should we think about your guidance?
Yeah, you should think about the guidance as our best estimate at the point in time we give it, and I think it's quite an extraordinary situation where if you look at the change in the GLP-1 market from early February to now, early May when we provided our guidance, the GLP-1 market already growing significantly in the US, but you saw a further acceleration and you saw further market share acceleration for our products, especially Ozempic again. Ozempic is now the biggest diabetes drug in the world. So our guidance is, of course, based on to a very large extent, that increase in Ozempic scripts we saw, and also based on assumptions that many of the patients that started treatment will continue during the rest of this year. And then I think it is important to remember that middle of last year, we saw an acceleration of the GLP-1 market in the US. We saw the launch of Wegovy, which also coincided with an acceleration of the obesity market outside the US, not only in the US. So you have a comparison effect in the second half. And then on top of that, you have this Chinese volume-based procurement being implemented starting here as we speak, where we have openly said that our estimate is it's around 3% point of our sales growth, group sales growth this year. So that impact we did not have in the first quarter. And then finally, we also said in connection with the release here a few weeks ago that we are at a situation right now that the very strong demand in the recent years for especially GLP-1 treatments, but generally for our products, have just led to that we will face some periodically supply constraints in the coming going forward, and that is included in our guidance for this year also. So we have upgraded our manufacturing continuously. We're investing more than we have ever done in CapEx, but we can simply not. When Ozempic is growing 70% in a quarter, it's just ramping the production up at the same speed is simply not impossible right now. Possible. And I mean, in our numbers, we employees almost increased with 10% versus last year in the first quarter, and a lot of that is coming from production, working in 3 shifts and so on, simply to produce everything we can. But all of these things are factored in our guidance, and I will say that it's also a guidance that I think it's quite extraordinary of a company of our size today, and looking also at the rest of the European pharma, then we have a very strong momentum commercially in our business.
And on that cheery note, because you managed to increase sales by 8 billion Danish kroner year on year in Q1, that's astonishing. But on that cheery note, Daniel, thank you very much for joining us here today, and very appreciative of telling the good story here. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back to our next presentation. Next up is Biovica, a Swedish developer of biomarkers to improve cancer care. And with us today we have their CEO, Anders Rylander. And with that, I leave over the word to you.
Thank you very much, Jacob, and welcome everyone to the Biovica presentation here at ABGSC Life Science Summit. I'll start with just to introduce myself. So my name is Anders Rylander, and I'm the CEO of the company. My background, I have many years within management consulting, for example, within Accenture, before becoming CTO for a couple of years within ICA, and co-founding Axon Management Consulting Company. And during that time, we met with the founder and innovator behind Biovica and made an investment, was attracted very much by the great possibility in the company, not only the commercial, but also the opportunity to be able to improve lives of cancer patients. And after the first clinical results were positive, and I was asked to join as CEO, and since then I've been working full time and also invested, so I'm now the main shareholder of the company. So this is the agenda for today. Just quickly go through company background and product overview before going into clinical evidence and collaborations, talk about the market and the potential, before talk about our go-to-market strategy in US, our first market that we're looking to launch the product on. So Biovica is founded in 2009, and the technology is based on research from Uppsala University that spans many decades ago. And the company was IPO'd at First North in 2017. So today we have more than 4,000 shareholders and some institutional investors as well. Our headquarters are still in Uppsala, where we have our R&D, our lab, and production facility. And we're now establishing ourselves in San Diego with a lab to serve the US market. Regulatory-wise, we have ISO certification since many years, and that's also a foundation for the different regulatory approval for the product on different markets that we have and are looking to expand to. One example is the CE marking for Europe, and we're now in the late phase of a 510(k) process for the US market, which I'll come back to. And our product is called DiviTum, and it stands for dividing tumor, and that's a good indication of what the product does. DiviTum measures cell proliferation, and it does so from a simple blood sample from the patient, which makes it really convenient. And as you all know, cell proliferation is what is defining cancer, or uncontrolled cell proliferation. So with our biomarker assay, we can provide really important information to the treating physician, both before and during treatment. It has been shown in clinical trials that already 2 weeks after start of treatment, we can provide information whether the patient is progressing or not, more than, or in median 83 days ahead of imaging. That was shown in a clinical trial made by Washington University, which was published earlier this year. And imaging is interesting to compare with, as that is the standard tool being used today for evaluating these kind of treatments and these patients that we're talking about. Because our focus is within metastatic breast cancer initially, and then widen to other application. And within this area, there is an unmet need for better biomarkers and a more convenient monitoring than what's currently done with imaging. And hence, with the data that supports DiviTum, we have a unique opportunity here to provide just that to the benefit of both payers and, of course, most importantly, the patients. Talking about clinical results, this is an area that we've been investing heavily because it's going to be the foundation for the commercialization and the clinical uptake for the product. So to date, we have 24 peer-reviewed and published results from clinical trials in scientific journals from studies that has been performed by academic institutions and key opinion leaders all around the world within the field of oncology. So this is super important for us to base our messaging on clinical data results from clinical trials. The majority of these are within breast cancer, as that's our initial focus area where we intend to launch the product. But we also have proof of concept outside of breast cancer in other important cancer areas like gastrointestinal cancer and lung cancer and malignant melanoma, which I'll come back to later. If you were to summarize what these results says is that our assay, our product, is prognostic when you measure before and during treatment, and it's prognostic in the local cancer setting for recurrence, and in later stages, like in metastatic cancer, it's prognostic for progression and overall survival. And when we've had access to serial sample, being able to follow the patient over time during the treatment, we've shown that we can provide quick feedback on treatment efficacy. And this is our application that we will commercialize, and also that will provide a lot of value and benefit for both patients and healthcare providers. And we've done these clinical trials and collaborations with some of the leading academic institutions in the world. And it all started with Karolinska here in Stockholm, where we're now doing our third trial together with them. And based on that successful outcome, that opened up doors to collaborations both in Europe and in US. So in Europe, we have done clinical trials with 2 breast cancer groups in Europe, big in ABGSC, which gives us wide coverage of the European countries. And in US, we've done several trials with Washington University and the Mayo Clinic, and we're now doing with Johns Hopkins, the Dana-Farber, and the SWOG Cancer Network, for example. So this creates a really, really solid and strong foundation for us for the commercialization activities going forward. And talking about those activities, here's an overview of what those are. Of course, the first one, which has been completed now, is the product development. We've done our third version, which was specifically designed to meet FDA requirements. And that has been completed and validated. And based on that, we've done the clinical research that I just previously talked about. And that data that is key for all other activities, such as the regulatory process, where the 510(k) is the most important one, as the US market is the biggest. And also for guideline inclusion and reimbursement, which is of course a key success factor for us. And finally, we are looking to either commercially partner with partners, or as in US, set up a lab, CLIA lab of ourselves to serve the US market, and to package, to develop messaging, and to launch the product is a final step, which we are allowed to do also, and we're planning it now after clearance from the FDA. So we're in a late stage of these activities to get clinical usage and uptake. And the markets we're looking at is, as I said, the US market being the biggest, and early adopter, which other will follow. And we've invested heavily in these go-to-market activities that I talked about to create a foundation for our commercialization. One thing we've also looked at is market research to identify the market potential, where we have interviewed several payers to get input on the perceived value of the product, and hence the price acceptance level. We've also done health economic trials to verify this price level of around $400 per test, which is the assumption here for these market estimates. That combined with key opinion leader oncologist input to confirm the unmet need and the testing frequency, in combination with the number of patients living with the disease, is what is behind these market potential estimates. The second market, or markets that we're looking to introduce the product on, is on European markets, primarily the big ones, the top 5, and the Nordic countries. And we also, a lot of the data that we have generated for the US market introduction will be able to reuse on a European market introduction. And this is for the metastatic breast cancer potential only. If you look outside of metastatic breast cancer, we already now have ambition to expand the use, and one natural area would be to go in earlier phases of breast cancer, like locally advanced. And the rationale for that is that it's the same unmet need. Patients are being treated before doing surgery, and a good biomarker to monitor the treatment and provide treatment feedback is also required in this setting, especially as the treatments within metastatic breast cancer is moving into earlier phases. So that adds to the market potential, and for the markets that we are introducing our product on, we estimate that we should be able to make 15% market potential, or to realize 15% of the market potential within the first 3 years after market launch. If you look outside of breast cancer, we've identified other important areas where we can meet this unmet need. One good example is metastatic malignant melanoma, where patients are being treated with immunotherapies. And we have in a trial together with Karolinska presented very good results that we can provide value in this area as well. So that's our ambition to expand that. And also together with the non-small cell lung cancer and metastatic prostate cancer are key areas that we're looking to expand into, and that we also already have proof of concept data supporting the product in those areas. And the last area that we are already now active in is pharma collaborations, where we support pharma in the development of new therapies in clinical trials, where we already have 7 ongoing projects and results from that. And our ambition is to expand this into co-development products that will result in products that are complementary to the new therapies, so-called companion diagnostics, that can provide value both to the patient and to pharma companies. And to introduce the product in US, we have put an organization in place under Warren Cresswell. Warren has extensive experience within this area, being from Dako, for example, where he was in diagnostics and oncology, responsible for their US business, and over time also for Asia Pacific and Southern America. They developed took several products to the market, including a couple of companion diagnostics, and the company was later acquired by Agilent in a big transaction. Warren has also worked for Prometheus, which is a combined pharma and diagnostics company, which had a CLIA lab strategy. This was within GI gastrointestinal diseases. And he did so successfully as well. And that experience with the CLIA lab go-to-market approach is going to be very valuable for us as well, especially since we have chosen to adopt the same strategy, because it offers a lot of advantages. The biggest one being that we will have direct contact and relationship with our most important key stakeholders, being the patients, the physician ordering the tests, the hospitals, and not to say least also the payers. Because in US, negotiating with payers and getting those agreements in place for reimbursement is a key success factor, and being able to be in the driver's seat and benefit from the strong data that we have generated will be a key success factor for us as well. Also access, although it's only one central lab, we will be able to serve the entire country with very efficient logistics. So that's also another advantage, to have control over that. And more long-term advantages is that this will generate very important data, both commercial about the customers and who's prescribing and buying the product, which will be essential also for tailoring our sales effort, but also for reimbursement purposes. But also the biobank that we will be able to develop using informed consent from the patients, that will be a way to accelerate development of new products because we have an excellent biobank that we can use in that product development. And this is a picture of the newly established lab that we've established in San Diego, which is a life science hub in the US. And here's a very schematic picture of the overall sales process. We will take the full responsibility from end to end. We will have our own field force of salespeople. And the good thing is that we have already established a lot of the relationships with some of the key potential customers in the big academic institution, the so-called NCI-designated cancer centers being the most important ones in US. And that's been established through the collaborations that we had for clinical trials. And so we'll target those and the ones that are prescribing these therapies that we can complement the most and will also benefit the most from our product. We will cover the entire, we'll serve it from order, analysis, and also feedback of the result, which is an excellent sales opportunity also to discuss the result and share the knowledge that we've gained over time, and including the revenue cycle where we interact with the reimbursement payers and to sort out the reimbursement claims. FDA process, that's something that we've been working with for a long time, and now we believe we're coming to an end of that process, which is very inspiring. We started several years ahead of our submission to get some excellent guidance from the FDA on what process to use and what data we were required to generate. And we generated the data successfully, and it was submitted in third quarter 2020. But then the pandemic struck, maybe not us so much as the FDA, who prioritized the COVID test processes in favor of non-COVID tests. So we just had to wait for a couple of months before the process were restarted. And it's been a good process, but it's been a lot slower than normally. But in the end now, we were able to address all the outstanding questions and provide the data that the FDA has asked for. So there are no more outstanding questions to our knowledge at least. And I don't think there will be because we've been through this really thoroughly. And so we expect to have a clearance now within the coming months. So we very much look forward to that. And that will be a starting point for the last phase of our preparations for the launch. We already have the CLIA lab under development, and we have hired the key people under Warren, also with great experience from doing this. And we've started to establish processes and IT systems and messaging and all what's needed to launch the product, so that when we had the 510(k) clearance, are ready to launch it within a couple of months. To sum it up, we have a product with an important that meets an important clinical unmet need within metastatic cancer in general, and will start specifically within the breast cancer area. This is supported by strong clinical data that we've generated, and we also have support of some of the leading key opinion leaders in the world that has been part of the process of generating this data. And that's a strong foundation for launching the product later when we have the 510(k) clearance, which we expect to happen soon. And that will also result in a launch in the US later this year and Europe next year. So exciting times ahead. That was it for me. And the last thing I want to push for is that we have an upcoming ASCO presentation, or the researchers behind BioItaly will have an oral on ASCO, the biggest cancer conference in the world, 6th of June, where dividend data and ctDNA data will be presented. And so I recommend you guys tuning into that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, and we'll move on to the Q&A part. If we start with the question on the 510(k) process, which obviously has been impacted by the extra burden from the pandemic.
Yeah.
But now when you have finally submitted the final part, I mean, Have you gotten any indication from the FDA that things are better now and that we should be able to, trust their normal lead times a bit more, maybe?
When it comes to our own response, we've actually, before even generating the data, we agreed on started the design and the target that we would aim for, and then got that approved, made the trial, got the data, and got confirmation afterwards that that was the case. So we have gotten confirmations along the way. That's why I'm pretty confident that we will have a good process. When it comes to their workload, they have not been very specific, but they have talked about it in general. And they've said that from two perspectives, things are better now, because the workload from the COVID test has been reduced, and they have also strengthened their organization within this area, which is called IVD, in vitro diagnostics, because that has been the most challenging one for the FDA. So that's why they have strengthened their resources there. So we believe normally this would take 1 to 2 months. So we expect it's still not normal times, but that's why we're saying a couple of months, because we expect some extra time, but it shouldn't just drift away, is our understanding of the situation.
Okay, and you're currently developing or establishing your own CLIA lab.
Yeah.
And as you said, you have the facility now, but I mean, where are you in the developments other than the facility, and do you feel that you will be ready to start to offer the test once you get the FDA approval?
We are doing, so the extra time we gained or lost or gained, to see how you look at it with the FDA process, we used it well, I would say. And we have developed a lot of processes that will be beneficial. We'll shorten the time to market after launch. But we will still need, we don't have our sales force. We have key people, the management team, but the sales force we haven't hired because we can't have salespeople just sitting on the bench, for example. So we need some time to scale up, but we have done a lot of preparation. One example that I like to highlight is the blood collection kit, for instance. That's how we are getting the samples in an efficient way to our lab. So that has been developed already. That's a good example of an asset that has been developed. And it's not yet approved because that needs an FDA approval as well, but that's more a formality. But that's in the late phase, and soon going to submit that as well. And that's a good example of preparations that we've been able to do in parallel. So we're in good position, I would say.
Okay, and you also mentioned the companion diagnostics potential. I mean, could you maybe go into a bit on what sort of potential customers you are partnering with now?
I think we have expanded our project portfolio. I recommend anyone more interested in this going into our Capital Market Day, which we had earlier this week, when we really went through exactly the project portfolio. But to summarize it, we have now made progress within this area. We have 7 ongoing projects, and it's both the tier 1, the biggest pharma companies, and second tier, a little bit medium-sized. And it's within the type of therapies that we've been active in, targeted therapies, inhibitors that inhibit cell proliferation. That's our sweet spot that works really well with our assay. And so we have several ongoing, and I would say it's especially the medium-sized one are the most eager to find competitive advantages against the bigger ones, I would think. And Carrick Therapeutics is one example that actually published results in our collaboration on San Antonio Breast Cancer Conference in December. So that is an example. Otherwise, we're bound by CDA, so we can't disclose the names, which one can understand, but so that's the characteristics of the projects we can disclose, at least.
Okay, and just finally a general housekeeping question. When we have development companies, just update us on your financial position and the cash runway forward.
But we've been successful there as well. I would say we did a larger capital injection in 2020. And so we had our latest report, Q3 for us, because our fiscal year is broken. We had more than 100 million in cash and more than 12 months run rate, etc. So I think we're in a healthy position there as well.
Okay, I think we will stop there. Thank you very much for the presentation and the good Q&A session.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to our next presentation. The next company is XVIVO, a Swedish medtech that is a pioneer in organ transplantation globally. With us today, we have their CEO, Dag Andersson, and their CFO, Kristoffer Nordström. And with that, I leave over the word to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and looking forward to presenting XVIVO to you for the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then followed by some Q&A. So Dag Andersson, CEO. I'm based here in Gothenburg, in Sweden, where the head office is, and Christopher Nordström has just moved to Philadelphia, so he's with us from Philadelphia as well. So if you take the next picture, please. So just to introduce XVIVO to you, I mean, we are a world-leading company marketing or selling machines for organ preservation, transportation, and evaluation, and also solutions or fluids for the organs. And we are based here in Gothenburg, where the head office is, but we have also R&D facilities and offices in a number of countries around the world. We have three business areas. One business area is thoracic, which means lungs and heart. The second business area is abdominal, which is liver and kidney. And then we have services, and services is today made up of Star Teams, which is an acquisition we made in the US in November last year. We'll come back to that. We were founded in 1998, and we are listed today on Nasdaq Mid Cap in Sweden. You can see here when it comes to the main markets, US is more than 50% of our sales in 2021, followed by EMEA, and then also 5% in Asia and Oceania. If you move to the next slide, please, and one more. Just to explain a little bit to you our thinking when it comes to strategy, and this is the strategy 2022 to 2026. I mean, the purpose of XVIVO is that we believe in an extended life of organs. Nobody should die waiting for a new organ. This is how we think and live, you know, in our daily tasks. When it comes to our strategic objective, where we want to be the global leading all organ company, and all organ once again means lung, heart, liver, and kidney. Our economic engine, I mean, how do we make money? Well, we make money by maximizing revenue per installed machine. So for the various machines we have, whether it's a transportation device or an evaluation machine which is fixed in the hospital, we try to maximize the number of disposable kits and solutions that we sell to each and every machine. So this is really our economic engine, revenue per installed machines. We have 5 strategic focus areas. One is to become global leader abdominal, meaning once again, liver and kidney. We just launched a very exciting product in the US, a kidney transport device. We want to become the market leader when it comes to heart preservation. I'm sure you have read about the exciting xenotransplant project in Maryland, where our technology enabled a heart to be transplanted from a pig to human being. So we are in process of trialing our heart technology, and we'll commercialize it early 2024 in Europe and Australia to start with. There is a strong focus on increasing penetration of machine perfusion. We all know, and everybody knows, that machine perfusion is the right way to transport, preserve, and evaluate organs. Traditionally, organs were transported in a icebox, a so-called beer cooler, but more and more hospitals and companies now understand that machine perfusion is the right way to transport and evaluate organs. Number 4, when it comes to focus areas, is all-inclusive reimbursement. We work very closely with authorities to optimize reimbursement for transplantation. And reimbursement today exists in many countries, US, Netherlands, Belgium, France, etc. Doesn't exist in all countries yet, China as one example, but we are working to make sure that organ transplantation is reimbursed in many geographies. And last but not least, we have also said that China should become our second largest market. I mean, it has a population of 1.4 billion. Many organs are transplanted in China, even if there is no reimbursement. But once reimbursement comes, we are sure that certain that transplantation activity will increase a lot. So if we move to the next slide, please. just to give you an overview of lungs. And this really shows why XVIVO is a really interesting company. If you look at the number of lung transplants in the world, it's around 6,000. But today, with old traditional technology, only 16% of donated lungs can actually be transplanted. 84% have to be discarded. So lung is a very sensitive organ, and we provide the technology to improve the organ utilization rate. In Cleveland, which is one of our big customers in the US, they have a utilization rate using our technology of 70%. So you see the difference going from 16 to 70%. We are active in a number of clinics around the world with our lung machine called XPS, around 50 hospitals with XPS out of around 250 in total existing in the world when it comes to lung transplantation. If we move to the next slide, please. Just to present you the picture here, kidney is a little bit different from lungs. More kidneys can be utilized, but of course, with better machine perfusion technology, the survival rate of kidneys increase. So it's more that which is in focus rather than utilization rate. 55,000 transplants per year, so it is the most transplanted organ. And the reason for that is that there are many people who suffer from end-stage renal disease. There are 4 or 5 million dialysis patients in the world, and they all want to have a new kidney. So there's a lot of focus on and attention on growing the number of kidneys transplanted. We are present in, looks like a small number, 55, but we have just really started to push our kidney device in the US primarily, and we have another device which is also sold in Europe called Kidney Assist. So that is on kidneys. Moving then to liver, which is the next slide. We can see that liver is the second most transplanted organ with 26,000 transplants per year. Around 1,000 active clinics in the world of varying size, of course. And we have one unique product called Liver Assist, which is a device that is used to evaluate livers. And that device is sold mainly in Europe and in a few other countries outside in the emerging sort of markets. So we are active in 70 clinics, and we have a very strong technology and ambition when it comes to liver. If we then move to heart, which is the next one, you can see here that heart is a little bit similar to lung here, that utilization rate is very poor. The reason for that is that the heart can only be kept outside the body for a couple of hours. Then it sort of dies and it has to be discarded. So we are just in the let's say in the phase of trialing our heart technology. We have a number of sites in Europe and also in Australia, and we have already been able to prove that the heart, which is transported in our heart box, can be transplanted after at least 8 hours, which is unique. There is no other technology or device on the market that enables a heart to be preserved, transported for that long time. Next page, please. Then moving to just talk a little bit of STAR Teams, which is the acquisition we made in the US in early November. You see the founder here on the picture, Dr. Hassan Tete. Has worked for the military in Afghanistan. He's a thoracic surgeon, and he created STAR Teams in 2019. And what STAR Teams does is to recover organs. So they fly out to the donor hospital, they recover the organs, and they transport them to the transplant center. And they provide also devices and supplies that are needed for this purpose. So they have recovered 350 organs last year in the US, out of which, they did 404 flyouts, and they have partnered with 15 transplant centers, and they're also growing strongly this year. So far, they have only focused on lung and heart, but we start also to recover liver and kidney later on in the year. So I would then like to hand over to Christopher, my CFO, who will talk a little bit about Q1 highlights.
Thank you. can proceed with one more slide, please. There you go. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So a little bit on the financials to frame in what type of company we are. And I think we could take the Q1 financial as a good example here. So we had a great growth. This is a company with great growth possibilities. If you look at the market as a total at the moment, it's growing with a pace of 6 to 7% per year. That's quite good. But this innovative technology that we distribute to the market, that shows a growth of up to 40% historically, introducing machine perfusion, for example, within the lung field. But in Q1, we had a net sales of 93 million SEK. That represented an organic growth of 32%. That's, I would say, around ballpark where we should be at the moment. Despite the factors that, for example, in lungs, there is still some effects from COVID, obviously. EBITDA 17%. XVIVO has always been a company that focus highly on growth, but also with a healthy financial situation. So we focus on profitability as well. I think that's especially in these days with a very uncertain market out there, it's very important. So also when we talk about our balance sheet, we have a good cash position. We have cash that we strongly believe will be enough to fund our R&D pipeline for the strategy period. So usually for us, if there is a need to go out and raise capital, for example, that is always in a connection with an acquisition and nothing else is needed. We are a strong, we are a company with high gross margins. So we are able to take out very good prices from our customers, and we have also focused a lot of price increases the last 2 years. So we have increased prices all over the portfolio of around 10 to 15%, which is a lot. We've done that for 2 years in a row, and we will continue with that focus. So that leads to very good gross margins. So if we look at the thoracic part of the business, the lung sales, we see a disposable margin of around 85%, which is very good. If you move one slide, please. Dag has touched upon it, but it's worth to mention again. We had a very, very great first quarter also when it comes to highlights. So in January, we received our 510(k) approval from the FDA to start to sell our very innovative kidney assist transport in the US. And so this was the first time we launched a kidney and an abdominal product on the US market, and we are very, very excited about that. It's basically one competitor out there, and we have a superior product. So we are in a very good position and look forward to see some sales now in the upcoming quarters here in 2022. Next slide, please. Just one more recap again. Dag mentioned it earlier. So the Xeno was, of course, the transplant from a pig to human was, of course, a very, very kind of a blockbuster event in first quarter. So we will continue to support these very, very interesting research initiatives from 2 Xeno transplant teams at the moment, one in Maryland, US, and one in Munich, Germany. Very interesting to see where this will lead, but we will be there for sure to support this great innovation. Next slide, please. Exactly. So one other important milestone was that we received our first real approval in China. So that is for our cash cow product, the PERFADEX Plus. So it's now approved in China and can be sold for clinical use, which is a big event for us as well. So next slide. If you would want to shed some light on the rest of the highlights, Dag, before we go to the Q&A.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Q1 highlights, I mean, we had a lot of successes in the first quarter. I mean, we had 3 lung machines, you know, delivered in one quarter, which is very strong performance. We think this year will probably be the best year ever in terms of lung machine sales. We have gained new customers in the US. We also managed to sell, research devices to the US, both liver and kidney. We have also sold another heart box to the company that was behind the gene modified pig heart that was used for the first pig to human heart transplant ever. We have had great performance also on the start team side. We nearly 60% case growth, new customer, expanded contracts, and also important air traffic agreement. One of the bottlenecks in the US is access to airplanes. Very hard today for many hospitals who will recover organs to find airplanes. So this will actually help in securing more organs to be recovered. If we move to the next slide, please. Yeah, we can actually skip this one. We can move to one more. So here you see the pictures, just to show you once again the kidney assist transport, which you see to the left, where we have gained some US customers, Mayo Clinic in Florida and Northwestern Hospital in Illinois. And you can also see the heart box to the right. And we have actually submitted the IDE application for the US heart trials. And we are waiting for confirmation response from FDA. Actually, tomorrow night at midnight, they have promised to respond to us. So if we move forward, next slide, please. I think we can skip the R&D pipeline. So move forward, you can skip that one. And then, yes, next slide. Just to talk a little bit about Outlook 2022 and what is sort of happening, we can see that there is a continued increase in global transplant activity. Many countries are pushing transplant programs. Waiting lists are long. The US has clearly communicated an ambition to increase the number of organ transplants by several thousand every year. There is a strong interest in our machine platforms. I mentioned the importance of machine perfusion. So there is strong momentum, for the lung machine and also for the other machines that we are marketing. We have the kidney assist transport, where we continue to gain more US customers. We will raise prices again in the US 1st of October and in Europe 1st of January. We have the start teams, recovery to expand into abdominal organs. We have the heart project I talked about, geographical expansion. We just hired our first sales manager in Brazil and expect interesting sales here in Brazil during the rest of the year. Strong focus on professional education. But as we all know, there is great uncertainty in the surrounding world today. We are not exposed to neither Russia nor Ukraine when it comes to sales and have never really been. But we all acknowledge that there is strong, uncertainty, great uncertainty in the world. If we look at the next page, which just talks a little bit about XVIVO as an investment, there are sort of four reasons really for investing in XVIVO. I mean, one is that there is high demand. We are the only company with products for all organs. We know that we are strengthening our really expanding our margins. We are focused strongly on profitability. We have also good cash situation to fund the ongoing R&D projects. We see high growth potential. I mean, we grew 59% in Q1. I think that sends a little bit of a signal of our expectation also for the year. And actually, at the end of the day, it is an investment with a clear sustainability profile. So I think these are four very strong reasons for investing in our company. So now we have made our presentation and let's open the floor for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I think we'll start with a sort of just high-level question. Your business is sort of centered around, which you also have in your vision, that no one should wait for an organ, and there are this long waiting list of people in need of an organ. Just high-level explain how your products and maybe in particular the machine perfusion is solving this problem?
Yeah, I mean, as I showed you on the slides in the beginning, you could see that only very few lungs and hearts can actually be transplanted. So I think one of the big things here is to enable more lungs and hearts to be transplanted, and that we know with our technology that becomes possible. I mean, as I mentioned, I mean, if Cleveland, for example, when they are using our lung technology, instead of 16% utilization rate for lungs, it increases to 70%. So that, of course, in itself allows for many more transplantations to be performed, and the same thing goes for heart. So we know that machine perfusion correlates very strongly with increased utilization and also better survival rate of organs. So I think that sort of answers your question.
Yeah, very good. And if we go into on the lung side, I mean, your sales from machine perfusion was consistently growing above 30% before the pandemic, and I mean, in the last 2 quarters, it seems that you have gotten back to that trajectory. But where are we in terms of the adoption rate, and for how long do you see that you can grow at this rate?
No, I mean, there is still we have a relatively low penetration rate of machine perfusion when it comes to lungs, for example. I would say around 10% of all the cases in the US, for example, are performed with lung perfusion technology. So that can, of course, increase much more. Europe has a lower penetration rate than the US, maybe around 5, 6, 7%. So we are in it's the early sort of stage in Europe. Now it's becoming a little bit more common practice in the US, and then also introducing the technology in other countries in the world. We are, for example, waiting for regulatory approval in China to start perfusing lungs. I mean, what we are selling today in China is only the solution that is used to preserve and transport the lungs. So, machine perfusion is the future, and there are also reimbursement models in the world. We just released a press release not long ago where Netherlands sort of strongly, correlates reimbursement with machine perfusion. So everyone knows that machine perfusion is the way to increase the utilization rate and also let's say, the quality outcome of the transplantation. So I think we can continue to grow at high rates for a number of years. And also, for example, with the launch of the Kidney Assist Transport in the US, which is a new market for us. We have never been present in the US with abdominal machines. So, and that's a huge market. I mean, 2/3 of all transplants in the world are kidney. And that will continue to increase at a high rate. So, with the number of transplantations increasing and the penetration of machine perfusion increasing, I see that we can continue to grow at a high pace with, high rates for the foreseeable future.
Okay, and sort of related to that, I mean, you mentioned during the presentation that I think the utilization at the Cleveland clinic was 70%, but
yes,
could be as low as 20%. What is holding back, every clinic getting to those 70%, or what needs to happen for, it getting adopted broader?
It's a good question. I mean, in general, when you have a reimbursement, which sort of is generous, like US has, for example, then it's not any sort of economic reason to hold it back. In the US, it's more, you have to organize the hospital in a certain way. I mean, you have to have a team which recovers the organs, or you outsource it to our STAR teams, and then you have to have a team that manages the machine perfusion, and then you have the transplantation team. So it's very much how you organize yourself internally in the hospital. So it's a little bit of a resource issue sometimes, and also you add a couple of hours of, call it, process time from donation to transplantation, because the evaluation of a lung takes a couple of hours. So it's more those things. But I would say in general in the world, it's really reimbursement that if you have a good reimbursement model, then it's easier to get quicker acceptance for the lung perfusion technology, because it does cost money. I mean, one disposable kit for the XPS machine with solution is around $30,000. And in the US, that is not an issue because the reimbursement is around $1 million. But in some other countries where you have a much lower reimbursement, then of course, there's a certain, it does cost money. But on the other hand, you have a much higher likelihood that you will be able to succeed with the transplantation.
Okay, and moving on to the kidney and the kidney assist transport that received 510 clearance recently, and you mentioned that you have taken on or gotten the first customers. Just overall, how has the sort of reception from customers been?
No, it's been a very, very good reception, and as I think we said earlier, this is the only device for kidney transportation which is machine, with perfusion, with oxygenated perfusion. So we have a unique position, but we also want to build up, let's say, the sales team. We want to build up the after-sales service team. So we are not pushing too many devices too quickly. We have to also somehow grow our competence internally, with the launch of the kidney assist transport. So you will see it in the numbers for Q2, but it will not be until later in this year, I would say, that it will be sort of significant numbers. It does take a little bit of time to get to that stage, because we have never sold a dominant product before in the US. And we will then launch the device later this year in Europe, but the initial focus is on the US.
Okay, and I think we have time for one final question, and I will take that on your newly acquired service organization, Star Teams, which, I mean, in itself, it's very attractive growth rates, but to what extent is that also attractive from a more strategic perspective to the whole XVIVO group?
No, I mean, it is very important to us because it also increases, let's say, the barriers to entry from competitors, because if you have a model where you can actually offer, the service side, which is actually quite difficult for a small player to do. So we can talk to our customers and say that we actually have the ability to help you to recover the organs and make sure that you get the organs in the best possible condition to your hospital. So we can also use our, technology, our devices, solutions. So we will continue to expand the service concept, maybe also even in Europe as time goes by.
Okay, in the interest of time, I think we have to stop here. I would like to thank you, Dag and Christopher, for participating. Very interesting, and we will take a short break here before the next presentation.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
This presentation with C-RAD and the CEO, Tim Turin, which will present the company. C-RAD, very exciting company within SGRT that I think have a bright future ahead of them. But I'll leave it to Tim to present the company. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you for the short introduction. So let's start, next slide. Let's start with a short introduction about C-RAD. So C-RAD is active in the field of cancer care. Our customers are treating cancer with radiation, and we deliver highest precision, safety, and efficiency in advanced radiation therapy. C-RAD has a team of about 70 people. Last year we had a revenue of around 260 million SEK and delivered a gross operating profit margin of 14%. Slide. Next slide. So cancer is among the leading causes of death worldwide. Last year, there were 18 million people diagnosed with cancer, and half of them could be cured. This number is expected to rise significantly over the next years, and it can be expected that by 2040, the number of new cancer cases is rising up to 30 million cases. Today, cancer is treated by 3 different modalities: surgery, chemistry, and radiation therapy. C-RAD is focusing on radiation therapy. Next slide. So we are delivering patient safety and efficiency in advanced radiation therapy. So we are positioning our products at a price of around 5% of the total investment one takes for setting up a radiation therapy center. When we deliver safety, what I mean by that is there's a large number of patients that receive radiation therapy are breast cancer patients. There is a high risk with the conventional treatment techniques that the dose is delivered not only to the tumor, but also to the organs of risk. And in the case of breast cancer, it is the heart. That might have a significant impact on the quality of life for the patient after the treatment. So with the C-RAD solution, this risk is significantly taken down, and we protect with our technology the heart. When we speak about efficiency on a global scale, there's a huge unmet demand for radiation therapy equipment worldwide. So there is a need to be more efficient on the existing equipment. If we take it a bit more on the local level, there are many countries where the investment of the equipment or in the equipment, in the treatment equipment, is a pretty high capex investment. So the interest is to treat as many patients as possible during a given time frame. The C-RAD technology helps to speed up the process, allows for shorter treatment slots, and at the same time not compromising precision and safety. Slide. So we believe that this technology is on its way to become standard of care. And there are a number of indications that point into this direction. Basically, all the tenders here in the Western world are nowadays including surface tracking as one, either as an option or as a requirement. So we see more and more tenders popping up where surface tracking is a requirement. I want to point one example in Spain where there was a countrywide tender which required surface tracking as a mandatory component for the Linux. Another example is Italy, where we expect another tender in a similar setup coming up next year. So we see that the interest in surface tracking is not only side by side, but even on a global or regional scale, tenders are requesting the technology. If we move to the next slide, we will take a bit more the clinical angle, which is the adoption of the technology. If we look at 5-7 years back, 2015, the focus for surface tracking was only on breast treatments. If we ask our customers now how they use surface tracking, the technology has been adopted to a number of other indications, and more than 70%, in some cases, even for 100% of the patient customers are using the technology to improve the quality of the treatment. So I think 2 very strong indications towards the technology becoming standard of care. If we then take a look at the next slide, showing the market opportunity. There are roughly 15,000 Linux installed worldwide. And we are focusing with our technology on what we call the advanced markets that accounts for roughly 70% of those accelerators, leaving us with around 10,000 accelerators. Now, if we say it's becoming standard of care, it means for sure that the large majority of these 10,000 Linux is going to be equipped with surface tracking sooner or later. So if we say it's 75%, then we are speaking about an addressable market of around 8,000 units. If we look at the current market penetration across all vendors, we are looking at 30% roughly, leaving us with another 5,500 surface tracking systems that can be sold either as a retrofit to installed Linux or in conjunction with the new Linux installations. Next slide. Looking at the market opportunity for C-RAD, we are basically assessing three different buckets. It's the installation with new Linux, it is the upgrade or retrofit business, and then an increasingly important pillar of our revenues is the service business. So annually, there are roughly 700 Linux sold into the, for us, relevant market. So if we look at the current average sales price, that gives us an opportunity of around 1 billion SEK. Then there are the 5,500 Linux installed that over time can be equipped with surface tracking. If we look at that opportunity in total, it's around 7 billion. Assessing the service business, for us, it's still a fairly small part, but a rapidly growing part. But looking at our peers, there are around 40% or more of their revenue is attributed to service. So there is still a huge potential for us also in that area. So, and the overall radiation therapy market is growing significantly over time, especially in the Asian markets. We see a significant number of new Linux being installed in so-called greenfield installations. So a bright opportunity for all of us. Next slide. C-RAD has been growing with around 18.5% over the last 5 years. In 2018, we reached break even, and already last year we had an operating profit margin of 14%. So we had a pretty rapid journey, and this is very much attributed to the fact that we, on the one hand, engaged in strategic partnerships, which helped us to deploy the technology to the market, but at the same time manage the organization in a very cost-cautious way, but at the same time allowed us to scale up the business in for us relevant markets. If we look at the revenue distribution, around 65% of our last year's revenue were related to new Linux. That means that customers decided for the C-RAD technology at the same time as they decided for new Linux, and the system was installed in conjunction with the new Linux. Then we have around 16%, which is related to upgrades. So definitely the large majority of our sales is in conjunction with new Linux. However, we are working on increasing the upgrade or retrofit opportunity for us. Next slide. If we look at the competitive landscape, there's roughly a 1/3, 2/3 split if we look at the installed base. C-RAD has roughly 1/3 of the installed surface tracking system, whereas our main competitor, which is the UK-based company Vision-IT, has roughly 2/3. And that is very much related to a partnership that Vision-IT had together with the largest Linux vendor, which is Varian. This relationship has ceased, and as a consequence, and based on our superior technology and our step towards strategic partnerships, this split for new installation has changed. And already now we can say that in Europe and in the EMEA region and the APAC region, we have surpassed Vision-IT. If we move to the next slide. So if we look at the value proposition, it's treatment efficiency, it's precision and safety. And from a treatment efficiency perspective, there have been plenty of studies published over the years that show from different angles how the system or surface tracking can support a more efficient workflow. Here's one study showing, published by a Chinese hospital. In China, the main concern is for our customers is to treat the patients, all the patients that they have within a 24-hour day. And when I say 24-hour, it is almost 24 hours that they are treating their patients. So they have a significant shortage in terms of capacity. For them, it's extremely important to increase the patient throughput, yet not compromising on the quality of the treatment. And they found, compared to the current workflow that they had applied before using the C-RAD technology, they could reduce the time by 80% for certain treatments. And that's, of course, significant. So that was the main driver for them to adopt the technology. But also here, another study published by a European site, time benefit is maybe not as much as 80%, but still they see an improvement of around 25% compared to the conventional way of how they have been setting up patients with a 3-point laser setup. At the same time, they see on the precision side that they have gained a significant improvement with regards to the setup precision, meaning using the C-RAD system helped them to position the patient with a higher precision than what they were able to do with the conventional technology. And last but not least, with the safety aspect, another study that has been published is applying surface tracking was able to help them to reduce 20% of the relevant events or incidents that happen during the course of radiation therapy. So meaning this technology, that surface tracking technology, is a very versatile technology. It's not only one aspect that helps the customer, but it is a combination of different aspects that make the technology so attractive and to apply it as a true standard of care in radiation therapy. Next slide. So if you look at the clinical workflow, depending on the treatment technique, a typical patient is treated between 5 and 30 fractions, meaning the patient needs to come back to receive treatment between 5 and 30 times. And there's clearly a trend towards high precision treatments. Maybe you have heard about hyperfractionated treatments, stereotactic treatments. And the objective with these treatment techniques is to be more precise, to be more accurate in the dose delivery part, but then also be able to reduce the number of fractions over the course of a treatment. The C-RAD system is helping to set up the patient, to monitor the patient during treatment, and by that allowing the hospital to improve the treatment accuracy by positioning the patient with high precision. Next slide. If we look at the clinical benefits, the technology is dose-free, which translates into less side effects for the patient. It's non-invasive, which is translating into a benefit for the user in terms of ease of use. It is markerless. Before using this technology, patients usually got marks on the skin. Now the technology allows to support a markerless workflow, translating into a clear benefit for the patient in terms of comfort. With the usability advantage that the C-RAD technology provides, it has less impact on the daily workflow. And last but not least, the patient compliance. We have seen studies where our customers can use that essentially on all their patients. So basically, it's not a niche solution. It is a solution that can be applied for the entire patient portfolio. Next slide. C-RAD's business model is based on us having in-house the product competence. We have the clinical knowledge. We do have the R&D resources, sales and marketing, and of course the service activities. We are reaching our customers through 3 different sales channels. Historically, the direct sales has been the strongest sales channel for C-RAD. Now, with the technology becoming more adopted, we see that both the distributors, but also the industrial partner sales channel is becoming stronger. Industrial partners means that we engage with our partners like Elekta, like GE, in some cases also Varian, Siemens now, whereas they include our product in a package that they are offering towards their end customer and reaching the advanced radiation therapy clinics. C-RAD does not have any manufacturing that allows us to have a flexible but yet lean organization. all production is outsourced to our subcontractors. Next slide. I mentioned the service business and the importance of the service business. One pillar and the most important pillar of the service business is the service contracts, which means that our customers are engaging with C-RAD and outsource the service and the maintenance of the product to C-RAD. At the same time, they get the right for new software updates over the lifetime of the product. They get spare parts when needed. We see an increasing interest in the adoption of service contracts, whereas the US market typically is a very service-focused market. Essentially, all our customers went for service contracts. The EMEA region, it's a bit more market dependent, but we see definitely a trend in the right direction. Already now, more than 60% of our customers have adopted service contracts, meaning 60% of the systems that we have sold are covered by some sort of service contract. And if you look at the APAC region here, it's a bit market dependent. We have the very advanced markets like Japan, like Australia, where the large majority of customers are adopting service contracts. But then we have also those markets like China, for example, where customers are not necessarily keen on outsourcing the service activity. From a business perspective, we are selling the service contracts on different levels, typically as a percentage of the sales price of the system. Different levels have a different service level towards the end customer, but we position them between 4.5% and 9% of the product sales price. And typically, customers sign up for a service contract between 3 and 5 years. Move on to the next slide. This shows the importance of the service business, and on the left side, as an example, the order intake now in the first quarter 2022 versus the first quarter last year. We see a very high dynamic, in order intake for the service contract, which has tripled compared to last year. If we look on the revenue side, which is the slide or the chart on the right side, how the service business has developed and contributed to the total revenue between 2018 and 2021. We see that it has, in 2018, it was a neglectable part of around 4%, whereas now in the first quarter, it was close to 18% of the total revenue was attributed to service business. And again, if you look at the peers in our industry, there is typically around 40% of their revenue is related to service business. So we see clearly the trend going in the right direction, but we also know that there is still potential for further improvement. Next slide. Next slide. So if you look at our strategy, it's based on 3 pillars. It's the product excellence, the sales excellence, and the service excellence. If you look at the product, we certainly have a mature product. The key clinical applications are well established. Research has been published. The clinical need and the clinical evidence has been provided. Clinical need is defined, and the evidence has been provided for the main application. So from our perspective, we are prepared to take the next step in terms of product development and product excellence. We are expanding into workflow management. From a sales perspective, we speak about standard of care, which essentially means that every customer down the line is going to be equipped with surface tracking. That is what we are working towards too. So now the key for us is to get the message out, to get in contact through the different sales channels with as many customers as possible, to get them excited about the C-RAD product. And that is a joint effort, both from our sales team, but also from a marketing perspective. And service, we spoke about the service business, the importance of the service business. Of course, with already 20% and maybe more coming down the line, it is becoming a very important pillar of our growth strategy. Next slide. So perhaps to close with the financial highlights from last year, order intake increased by 13% during last year, which translated into an order backlog that increased with 21%. At the same time, we increased revenue with 18%. So very much in line with our long-term growth journey. Operating income amounted to 36 million SEK, translating into close to 14% margin. Next slide. Now looking at the first quarter, we had a very strong order intake, 20% growth on the order intake side. On the revenue side, we had a small decline of 6%, which is very much related to the current situation in China. China is a very important market for us, and I'm sure everyone is aware of the current situation, COVID-related situation in China, which had a direct effect on our business, our distributor, and our customers, which did not allow us to deliver more systems to the Chinese market. Taking China out, we have grown also revenues in all other regions the first quarter. Next slide. Yeah, and perhaps a more specific comment on China, because I'm sure that is one of the questions many of you might have. I mean, major cities in China are currently in a lockdown situation. The Chinese government is very restrictive, and it had a direct impact on the situation, both from a bidding perspective, more towards the end of the first quarter, that basically the biddings were stopped, no further biddings were conducted, but also from an installation and delivery perspective, the hospitals were closed either because they did not allow the vendors to be on site for conducting the installations or performing installation, or simply because personnel is in a lockdown situation. And that, of course, had an effect on our distributor and on C-RAD as well. However, in the mid and definitely in the long-term perspective, I mean, we are very positive about the opportunity that we have in China. It is a huge market, it is a fast-growing market, and C-RAD is in excellent position to grow this market even further. Next slide. So looking at the revenue and operating profit over the last years, we see clearly a trend going in the right direction. We also see very much volatility, a seasonality pattern that is typically of such nature that the first half of the year, especially the first quarter, is coming in somewhat weaker than the second half of the year, and typically the fourth quarter is the strongest in our business. And that is related to the fact that our customers are mostly public hospitals. Public hospitals are typically related to a budget cycle that is aligned with the calendar year, and that has an impact on their investment cycle. Next slide. So perhaps to sum up the reasons for an investment in C-RAD. First of all, I mean, with our products, we are creating value for the society in the fight against cancer. C-RAD has a proven and recognized product. I think with around 1,000 systems sold to the customer, we have enough evidence, we have the clinical proof there is limited risk from a product perspective. We have comprehensive market access. I think we have made significant progress over the last years to broaden both through our direct sales channel, through our distributors and partners, but also in our partnership with the industrial vendors or OEM vendors to gain market access. Surface tracking is becoming standard of care, unleashing significant growth potential. So there is a huge opportunity for us to grow within this field. And last but not least, C-RAD has a stable financial platform. With I close the presentation, and I think we still have a few minutes for questions.
You're absolutely correct, Tim. We have a couple of minutes for questions, and I'm going to start right away with a thing you said in the presentation. You talked about the two large Linac tenders, primarily in Italy and Spain, and I believe both of those are around 80 Linacs. Did I hear it correctly that both of those require SGRT with the Linacs?
Yeah, exactly. So the Spanish tender is already out. That is an ongoing activity. The Italian tender is expected to be published, soon, maybe next year. So that's nothing what we are counting on for this year for sure. in both cases, surface tracking is part of the requirement. And now I need to say in brackets, I mean, as the Italian tender is not yet published, I can't exactly say how the tender is going to look like, but that is definitely the expectation. And all indications that we have heard are pointing in this direction, yes.
Okay. And we're seeing fairly large tenders coming out of Croatia and Poland as well. Do you know if those also include SGRT?
It's not a requirement, a hard requirement, and the setup of those tenders is slightly different. But what we overall see is that the large majority of tenders, surface tracking is part of the requirement list for individual or for the customers. With that said, I mean, there are, of course, situations where customers decide not to execute on the surface tracking, and that might be financial reasons, that they don't have the funds to invest in this technology. And especially in Eastern European markets, we see that, that the penetration of the technology is not on the same level as what we see in the Western market. But nevertheless, I mean, we see a clear trend in the direction of more and more customers adopting the technology as part of the tender process.
Yeah, and it sort of goes in line with the whole SGRT trend of it becoming more of a standard. And now with the sort of new APM guidelines, for example, and it's sort of becoming more established. I mean, I noticed quite significant interest at Estre as well. Are you seeing more of a pull in demand from clinicians that they're sort of asking for it rather than you having to go out and market it as you've maybe had to do a bit more before?
Well, I mean, as our salespeople might listen in here as well, I will not say that it's not up to us to go out to the customer anymore. But I mean, what we certainly see is the development of the customer interest over the years. Whereas, I mean, 5+ years back, I mean, it was more, okay, tell me more about surface tracking. What we see today now, I mean, customers have a much clearer idea about technology. And that is, of course, due to the fact that it's much more established in the market. It is also, you spoke about the guidelines that have been published by AAPM, the European organization, the ESTRO organization is also working on a set of guidelines. So saying, I mean, in the professional community, it is becoming much more of a topic, and they have recognized that this is not only a nice to have technology, but it is on its way to become standard. And that's the reason why they put in the time and the effort to establish these guidelines to allow also customers that are maybe less focused on the scientific work, not necessarily the early adopters, to adopt this technology.
Okay, well, in the interest of time, I think we need to wrap up, but always very interesting to hear about C-RAD and listen to you talk about it, Tim. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. Up next, we have Photocure and their CEO, Dan Schneider, who since joining the company in 2018 has accelerated their journey to improve treatment and management of bladder cancer. But without further ado, I leave over the word to you, Dan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much and welcome everyone. All right, well, thank you for the nice introduction. We'll go to the second slide. So disclaimers are in effect for today's presentation. So let's get started on the third slide. So who is Photocure at a glance? We're a Norwegian public company, traded on the Oslo Stock Exchange. We IPO'd in 2000. The total company revenue, $40-ish million in 2021. There are roughly 100 employees. It's a significant number more than when I started in 2018, and that's because we now have direct commercial operations in all of North America and all of Europe. We have partnerships around the globe with in China, Asia, Australia, and also Chile in South America as we enter into new continents. The product that we sell is Hexvix or Cysview, depending on where you are in the world, it is the same product. It's approved in over 30 countries, and you can see the countries we're currently distributed in. Our market cap is roughly, well, I didn't check it today, but roughly around $300 million. And there's been well over 600,000 patients who have been treated with our product, which we'll get into next. So let's go to the next slide. So the bladder cancer has been chronically underserved. Our product is intended for non-muscle invasive bladder cancer patients. It's the 8th most common cancer worldwide, with over 500,000 new cases every year. I think what often is surprising to people is to understand that it is the most expensive cancer to treat per patient lifetime. And the reason for that is the two things at the bottom, the recurrence rates and the progression rates. The recurrence, within 1 year, 61% of the patients will have a high recurrence and return back for procedures, and up to 80% within 5 years. And the progression from non-muscle invasive, where it's very treatable and patient can have a fairly decent quality of life, to muscle invasive, 45% or nearly half the patients will progress to muscle invasive within 5 years. So it's a very expensive cancer to have. I think it surprises people that it has these high recurrence progression rates, but we believe we have an answer for that and can affect that in a positive way. So let's go to the next slide. So next slide, this is a razor blade business model. We sell the razor blades on the left. That's Hexvix or Cysview, same product, depends on where you are in the world is what you call it. It is a lyophilized powder that is reconstituted and then instilled into the bladder approximately an hour before procedure. The procedure uses the equipment on the right. This is the capital equipment sold by Karl Storz in the US, or if you're in Europe, rest of the world, it could be Karl Storz, Richard Wolf, or Olympus. In this case, it comes in both rigid, which is where the surgical resections take place, or a flexible scope used in the outpatient setting. And it's intended it's a drug device combination, giving you better visual contrast between the benign and malignant cells. So let's talk about the product itself. Next slide. And what it does. So I think, a picture is 1,000 words. On the left side is the difference between what physicians had been seeing for decades and now what they see today using Cysview or Hexvix and the blue light technology. We believe is creating a new standard of care, and you cannot treat what you cannot see. In this case, this patient was fortunate. Under white light, which is the standard of care, they go in through the bladder, take a look inside the walls of the bladder, they're looking for cancer. They would conclude if they only had white light cystoscopy that this patient was cancer-free. When in fact, instilled with our product on the right, they can see very clearly glowing bright pink the cancerous cells. What's basically happening is the cancer cells are preferentially metabolizing the medicine and under blue light glow bright pink. And the benefits are clear. First, and obviously in this picture, it's improved detection and more complete surgical resection. You can see clear margins. The physician will be able to get all this cancer when they resect the cancer out of the walls of the bladder. Second, more accurate risk classification. If the patient was only seen with white light, they would conclude that this patient was low risk. They'd send that patient home with cancer in their bladder unknowingly, and ask that patient to return in 1 year. And if you remember my prior slide, the progression and recurrence rates are quite high for non-muscle invasive bladder cancer patients. So in this case, this patient, because this is a flat tumor, CIS, carcinoma in situ, should return back to that physician's office within 3 months as a high-risk patient. But because if they only had white light, they would not have seen this cancer, that patient would not have returned for a year. And as you know, the progression rates within a year can be upwards of 80%, and non-muscle invasive 50% increase within 5 years. So this patient could very quickly turn into muscle invasive, where the quality of life plummets, and they end up with a cystectomy, which is having their bladder removed, and their life expectancy drops as well. And the third key benefit is improved patient monitoring and using it in the outpatient setting. Up to 35% of the patients are going home today that are diagnosed without having cancer, but in fact have carcinoma in situ. Next slide. So this is the slide that kind of talks about the patient's journey. It's characterized by long-term follow-up and repeat procedures. Patient generally has blood in their urine or some other symptoms. The urologist performs an initial cystoscopy in their office. They take a look inside the bladder wall, see if there's anything that looks suspicious. They also double check it against cytology, some sort of urine test or biomarker. If they see something suspicious, they'll then move them into the gray area, which is where they're doing the surgical resections. The standard of care is to put the patient under a general anesthetic and resect any tumors they see inside the bladder wall. It is in that there are over 700,000 of those procedures done in the US and the EU, what was the EU5, including the UK. They confirm the diagnosis and remove all those tumors. We believe it is on that first TURBT, or transurethral resection of bladder tumor, where blue light cystoscopy can make the most dramatic impact. As we saw in the prior slide, you see all the cancer, you're able to properly stage, resect it all, and put the patient on a journey of recovery. After they've resected the tumors, they're given some sort of chemotherapy or BCG treatment, and then they fall to the bottom of this cycle where they're constantly coming back for surveillance. If they're high risk, they're back every 3 months. Intermediate risk, 6 months, and if they're low risk, maybe once a year until they feel the patient is clear. It's in that surveillance setting, again, 1.65 million patients in the US and EU5, where we believe blue light cystoscopy can make another dramatic impact in that patient's care. The whole idea of this patient journey is to keep them from progressing to the right side of this slide, keep them out of the muscle invasive stage, where quality of life drops, life expectancy drops, they have their bladders removed, there's metastases. It's really quite unfortunate. And we believe where those two pink circles are in the cycle, where blue light cystoscopy can make a dramatic impact on first TURBTs and ongoing surveillance. Next slide, please. And I believe that on the next slide, please. There we go. And I think that's what's basically happening in the environment, a supportive environment for becoming the standard of care. We're accepted and written on all the major national consensus guidelines, the AUA, the EAU, national NCCN, SUO, the French, the German, the Canadian, on all of them. And basically it's written that if blue light cystoscopy is available, it should be used in the treatment of bladder cancer. Also, a lot of literature is continuing to be generated supporting the importance of using blue light cystoscopy. So this is a groundswell that has taken place over the last 3 or 4 years. Next slide, please. So this is the scope placements in the US. I think it just kind of points to the acceleration in the business. I think, when you look to the left side of the graph, launching in 2011, 2012, most of those were clinical sites that converted over, but averaging around 15 new sites a year. And then in 2018, 19, and 20, we took off like a rocket, which really looks more like a launch curve you'd expect to look in the first few years. But I will say that, Photocure, looking back in time, and I wasn't here prior to 2018, was a company that was also doing R&D in photodynamic therapies and diagnostics. I think they were spread thin, and they didn't invest in commercial the way most companies would launch commercially. But that has changed. We've adjusted the commercial investment. We've had upgrades in equipment coming on now this year. We've had improved reimbursement. We included on the guidelines. So I think, you've seen this tremendous launch and groundswell for the product. Next slide. So I mentioned for a second, I mentioned that Karl Storz is launching new equipment. This is quite exciting for us. The equipment that is in the US is quite antiquated. It's like watching a TV built in 1985, essentially. Even though the blue light is phenomenally better than white light, the equipment being used is quite old. It's well over 15 years old in terms of technology. However, in the US, Karl Storz is now launching the new Sapphira system. This offers high definition pictures with enabling precision blue light, razor sharp quality. New LED light source. What had been going on for years is that the light bulbs used inside the current old system would slowly dim over time, and the visualization would start getting darker and darker with shadows. The new 30,000 hour life of the new LED light will keep the bright and the light on for a long period of time and improve the detection. Has new fiber light cable. This is a big part because the old system was a fluid light cable. It required special cleaning. Oftentimes it was damaged down in the autoclaving rooms, brought back up to the surgery rooms, and the physicians would hook it up and realize that they couldn't use it, and the blue light would push in the corner. The new fiber light cable uses standard sterilization techniques of autoclaving. We believe that's going to add to greater reliability. It also has chroma red contrast to see the hypervascularization of the tumors, and then there's some ergonomic changes to the handle. Overall, for the last 3-4 weeks, they've been doing confidence phase testing, which basically they put the new Sapphira system in the hands of some of the top KOLs in the U.S. And you can see on the left side some of the early feedback. It has been quite encouraging. The pipeline for blue light cystoscopy has never been stronger. They'll begin swapping out old machines and installing new machines and new accounts beginning here now in the end of May and into June going forward. So we're really, really excited about what this could mean for the marketplace with this new technology. Next slide, please. Just a little quick comment on Europe. We took back European rights from Ipsen. Ipsen actually had them handed off to them by GE Medical. GE Medical originally launched in Europe. They did actually a fairly good job. They handed it off to Ipsen, and Ipsen Pharmaceuticals, and I think the key word here is pharmaceuticals, is a pharmaceutical company. In the end of the day, even though we're selling a high margin pharmaceutical product, this is a device type cell. This requires, it's a procedural cell, requires our sales reps to be in the operating rooms with physicians, guiding them through surgeries. Pharmaceutical reps are not, that kind of that salesperson. So what happened with Ipsen taking the product back is they let basically Europe go dormant except for Germany. We regained the rights back to Europe late 2020 in the midst of COVID. And we believe there's a tremendous opportunity, and we're already making an impact in these markets. The established Hexvix markets of the Nordics is where we launched directly back in the early 2000s. Market penetration in excess of 40%. I use the word penetration because there is no direct competition. It's about converting the standard of care white light to blue light, upgrading and improving patient care. The active Hexvix markets of the DACH region, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, France, and Benelux, we have tremendous opportunities there. EU markets of UK, Italy, Spain, Poland basically had zero penetration. But on the right side, you can already see the impact we're having, even amidst the COVID restrictions and challenges. We've been able to impact France, UK, and Italy, and we're expecting double-digit growth in those countries and overall double-digit growth over time in Europe. Germany represents about 80% of the revenue of Europe today, but we believe these high-growth, high-opportunity markets will offer their contribution soon enough. Next slide, please. And this is the overall total addressable market. The market between the US and the EU is about $2 billion US. You can see on the bottom, this is meant to be more illustrative. The rest of EU and the US is relatively low penetrations, under 10%. Moving those up that curve to DACH and Nordic would mean a multi-$100 million revenue business. And we believe all the key success factors are in place. We have the approvals on both the surgical and surveillance side. We're accepting all the major and local guidelines and continue to improve our listings. The access and reimbursement is permanent and favorable in most settings of care. We have activated awareness. We're hearing constantly that patients are seeking blue light cystoscopy and going to centers where it's offered. And that is actually driving a lot of the demand as hospitals are requesting blue light installations. It's coming from patients seeking it, and if they don't have it, they're losing that patient flow. So that's the activated awareness. We also work with patient advocacy groups as well to help continue the demand for blue light cystoscopy. And we've accelerated. We've invested in the commercial organization. We've upgraded the programs that we do, the types of sales reps we bring in. And we're really excited about what this opportunity could mean to becoming the standard of care. Next slide, please. So this is our strategy overall. We've been focusing on steps 1 and 2, accelerating, expanding, accelerating the use of the product, 2, expanding and geographically, enhancing the use and the value of Hexvix and Cysview. Where we're moving to now as we look forward is at the end of the day, we're a single product company and a very good product, but we believe there's an opportunity to build out a bladder cancer, urologic cancer franchise. And so we're looking to acquire and transform the company inorganically through strategic partnerships or acquisitions with synergistic assets to strengthen the portfolio. Next slide, please. So anticipated milestones and corporate priorities. We want to regain the sales momentum once COVID-19 is consistently in decline. Prior to COVID, the U.S. was growing in excess of 35, and some months 50% over prior years quarters. So we want to regain those growth rates. We believe we can. The launch of Karl Storz equipment is going to be a significant improvement over the current systems that are in the market, reliability-wise as well as excitement-wise. We want to execute on continued contracting with large health organizations, volume-based discounts to drive substantial increase in usage. We continue the geographic expansion, looking around the globe as to what countries would be appropriate and what partnerships might access those markets. We'll continue to present and publish additional data. We have a large patient registry in the U.S. of over 2,500 patients. It's going to grow to over 5,000. But there's a lot of data we've had going back 3 to 5 years that we can start presenting on the long-term impact of using blue light cystoscopy for bladder cancer. So look for a lot of new publications coming out in the coming months and quarters. We'll report on progress of our partner companies and license agreements, and we'll continue to evaluate opportunities for acquisitions or strategic partnerships. So I'll close with this slide. This is the investment highlights. We've established ourselves as an innovative leader in a large and underserved bladder cancer market. Our product is best in class. There's no question about it. Every physician that you speak to would tell you that blue light cystoscopy is a superior technology to the standard of care of white light. We're included in all the treatment guidelines. We have reimbursement support that'll help our penetration efforts, and we have demonstrated commercial execution even throughout COVID. We have gained penetration. In fact, the overall market has been affected, as most procedural markets have been affected by COVID. While the market may have dropped, we continue to grow, indicating the importance of Cysview, Hexvix, and blue light cystoscopy and our increased penetration in the markets. We believe there's significant upside potential, particularly in the U.S., with market penetration and relaunching Hexvix throughout Europe. So look for continued accelerated growth as we move out of the COVID-affected period. And then the strategy to grow organically and inorganically. We have a North American and European commercial footprint that I would argue is world-class in the terms of its relationships with the clients, customers, the physicians. Because of the way we operate, we work in the operating rooms with these physicians. So our relationships are very, very strong. And we believe that is a very attractive aspect of the company as we look for acquisitions and strategic partnerships. So we'll go last slide. And, it's about the patient. And this is why we're here. So I'll open up for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. My first question is just overall on sort of the penetration. I mean, you mentioned, I think we're below 10% in both Europe and the US. And although we have leading markets such as Germany at 30%, the Nordics at 40%. So where do you see the long-term penetration going in these bigger markets?
Yeah, we look at it in terms of businesses like this. Getting all the markets, we're shooting for at least 50% penetration over time. I don't believe there's anything that that would keep us from getting at least 30% in the sort of intermediate near term, and then moving towards 50%. I think once you get to 50% with a product like ours, which is really a monopoly, and competing against the standard of care, which is sort of the way people have done things forever, to expect 100%, I think, is unreasonable. There's always a reason why a patient may or may not get a blue light cystoscopy. However, our goal is to get it to the 50% mark, and I think we'll get there in time.
Okay, and I mean, as you say, you are sort of. The clinical benefit is well demonstrated. You are in the guidelines. You have the reimbursement. But I mean, one could argue, why is the penetration not higher already? What can you do to drive higher penetration?
Yeah, I think it's multifaceted. I think one is at the end of the day, if it's a physician's office or a hospital, they have to buy the equipment. The equipment is about $250,000, well, not $250,000, but about $150,000 US in the US, and maybe 100,000 euro or so in Europe. They have to invest in the equipment. The second thing is going back to sort of the history. Actually, GE originally launched in the US and then quickly handed the product back to us. They caught us flat-footed. We weren't prepared to invest in commercialization in the US. By the time I got involved in 2018, the type of sales force and commercial strategy we had really wasn't fit for purpose. It was really just sort of lackluster. And I think the same in Europe with our partnership with Ipsen. They had basically walked away from Europe. So I think what you've seen since 2018, while we were flying the airplane, we were changing the engine parts and putting things together, getting better reimbursement, getting on more guidelines, improving our relationship with the KOLs and the equipment manufacturers. As you see us, increasing momentum, and then we hit the winds of COVID. But I'm really I'm excited about what's potentially going to happen here as we kind of lift out of COVID, and we really see the strength of the organization really, pushing the product.
Yeah, and as you mentioned during the presentation, your partner your partner Karl Storz has recently launched a new system, which we have been waiting for that, and it has hampered your ability to expand to new accounts a bit. But now when that system is launched, how are you feeling about your ability to open up new accounts here going into the summer and the fall?
I'm feeling really, really good. I feel really good on a couple different levels. One is better equipment, better reliability, greater usage for sure. Second thing is Karl Storz, like any sales force, would want to sell the new thing. I think prior to 2018, 2019, I think blue light cystoscopy was just one of the many things they sold. And if it came up and if we generated the interest, they would of course help with a bid and then install the equipment. But I think there's their incentive comp is lined up to sell blue light. They're interested to sell blue light. They recently went through a recall on some other products. So, a lot of their energy and focus will be on blue light cystoscopy. And, and for us, it's exciting because we're bringing some new technology to the marketplace that's more reliable and visually up to speed with, the latest technologies out there. I'll also add, Karl Storz is also upgrading their European system, and Olympus, who had all but kind of walked away from the blue light market, is also announced that they're launching a new blue light system in the third quarter of this year. So all of Europe is also going to get standard of care. And I don't think, when you think about that, when you think about capital equipment manufacturers putting time, energy, money, resources to developing technology, they don't do it unless they think there's something there, that there's a demand and there's going to be a return. And to see them all sort of re-engage in blue light cystoscopy with us as the new sort of partner in Europe and now North America, I think is an exciting development. I think everyone should be excited about it.
And a final question on profitability. You have never really shown any, meaningful profitability over time, but now it seems like the operational expenditure is stabilizing a bit with you, beefing up your European organization, and with your gross margins about 90%, and now we're seeing you growing out of the pandemic. Can we expect profit margins to pick up now and stabilize at a positive level going forward?
Yeah, it's going to be it's all going to be dependent on the top line and COVID's impact on revenue. But I can tell you that I'm feeling really good as we've exited out of January and February this year, which were hit significantly with staffing shortages and restrictions and excess, et cetera, due to COVID Omicron. But as we've kind of gone through this spring and into early summer now, it's looking really, really good. If we can hit the top lines, the profitability is definitely going to be there. The operational expenses, for the most part, are going to be stable. Kind of where we were exiting Q4 to now Q1, we had roughly a 3% decline in operating expenditures, but relatively flat. We will increase some operating expenses if we see opportunities, but it'll be incremental, small changes, and only with the intent that it's going to have a return on revenue for us. But other than that, what we have is a fairly stable operating base.
Okay, I think we'll stop here. Thank you very much, Dan, for participating.
Great, thank you very much.
Welcome back to our next presentation. Next up, we have Humana, who is one of the leading providers of care services in the Nordic region. With us today, we have their CEO, Johanna Rastad. And with that, I leave over the word to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I just gave a quick introduction here to your colleague, saying that you will now hear a presentation of, I think, the Nordic countries' most promising social care investment. So beware. Next page, please. So I think there is one before that. So Humana is a leading Nordic care service company. I think you should go one back. Or maybe there is. Okay, then you have. I lost one page, but that's fine. I'll tell you a bit about then Humana as a company. We're a leading Nordic care service company. We're operating all the main care sectors. So across Sweden, Norway, Finland, and a very small portion in Denmark still. Our main subsegments are personal assistance, individual and family care, but also we also operate elderly care facilities, so housing in Sweden and in Finland. With about 18,000 employees, 9,000 customers, a bit more than that, and a turnover of north of 8 billion. We are, as you said, among the three largest in the region. And by business area, personal assistance and individual family care in Sweden are the largest, followed by our neighboring countries, and last but not least, elderly care in Sweden. We have 5 business areas to date. We also operate mainly owned managed units rather than having contracts, and we rely also on customers' free choice across all the regions. Now you can go to the next page. So the underlying market growth in our area is mainly driven, is driven by a number of factors, I should say. Demographical changes being one of the most important ones. We also have a growing mental illness across all our societies, unfortunately, as a whole, both in the the easier part, but also the more severe psychological challenges. We also have a tougher social climate overall, with increased criminality, drug abuse, and also immigration actually being an important thing for us, where we cater for help to municipalities and to states in their handling of new people coming into our countries. The degree of privatization is expected to continue growing in our segment, in all our main segments, I should say, due to challenges in the public sector has in catering both for more specialized units and specialized clients, but also the lack of financing. There is an underlying need to offer efficient care, given where we are heading in terms of demographic and social change, and that has to be done in an efficient way, and we can provide a good alternatives for the municipalities. We have a clear trend that we have seen post the pandemic, which is the shortage of staff. Here we, as a private sector, are battling, of course, with the public sector as well, trying to offer good working conditions for employees. But this is really an important aspect of the post-pandemic time, where we dedicate a lot of efforts to make sure that we have employees that are satisfied working in our segment. That's also vital from a societal point of view, that we have people that want to work in the sector. I should say that to that, we're also well positioned to continue grow organically through the facilitation of new units, and also extend our services to nearby areas, and to grow also into more digital offerings, where we can be fairly quick on offering new things relative to the public sector. And then last but not least, the overall market or care sector continues to be fragmented across the Nordic region. And with the pressure on the sector as a whole increasing, this also provides good M&A opportunities for actors like us, and the ones that have access to capital. So as the pressure on the industry continues, smaller companies get a more challenging environment, and are more sort of interested in becoming a part of a larger group. And you can go to the next page. So currently at Humana, what's happening in our company? Well, we managed to achieve growth despite the fact that we've been through a really tough time. When COVID hit us a few years ago, we prepared ourselves to take care of clients in need, to make sure that we have cohort care, and to make sure that our clients were safe. What we saw towards the end of last year and also in the beginning of this year was that we had the spread of Omicron that made our employees suffer to a broader extent than they had before. This had a substantial impact on our operations as a whole. So that has also pressured our financial situation. So we do achieve growth despite the challenging situation, but we have had difficulties with profitability, with extremely high sick leave, high absence rates, and also cost for replacement personnel. Was really, I would say, pleasing to see that despite the challenging environment, we have at Humana very happy employees and satisfied employees, and also actually employees that are relatively more happy and more satisfied today than they were a year or 2 years ago. So that's really, I should say that's a really good sign that we have also a good foundation to also meet the demands that we can see given the challenges the sector has as a whole. So we're improving our important employee-related KPIs with the eNPS. So the interest of our employees to recommend Humana. And we also have a very strong foundation to rely on in terms of leadership, where our leadership index is also improving continuously. So that's really nice. What's also pleasing to see, and that's been recognized by our employees, is that we now, as of this year, have 100% salary equality between men and women. That also sits at the really center of us as a social contributor and us as a social investment from that perspective, that we work a lot with equality and diversity to make sure that we have an inclusiveness and can promote inclusiveness across the whole operations. Quality is always an absolute core aspect of what we do. The care sector it's more difficult to measure quality in the care sector compared to parts of the healthcare sector. But we have over a few years worked with an index that we call a Humana Quality Index. Used to be 7 parameters, but now 12 important indicators that are due to sort of capture the structure, the process, and the output of the care that we provide. So we introduced a new and improved index during the first quarter. So we're really focusing now on making sure that we make developments in, for instance, serious deviations and making sure that we have less employee turnover and so on. We also show our contribution to society through a number of things. Most recently, we finally got recognition for 2 of our important care models that we work with, particularly within family care. So one that we have developed on our own, and another that we have worked with international partner to really understand and to figure out whether the methods and the methodologies we work with have an effect. And that's really pleasing. We dedicate actually quite a lot of both money and effort to make sure that we can have care that we know give good effect. Humana was also ranked as the most sustainable brand in the healthcare and care industry for the year of 2021, but we got the message here in 22, so that's really pleasing too. And as I was to mention before, from an M&A perspective, we see a good market right now. So we also managed to complete a large acquisition in personal assistance in Sweden in early May. You can go to the next page. Financially, you can see here to the left side, we're not meeting our targets at present. At the same time, we have a strong underlying demand for our services, and we've also managed through an extremely pressured period. So given that, I still think we are performing very well. And there is no need for me to think that we will not be able to meet our targets, both on the revenue side in terms of growth of 5% and also the profitability target of 7%. Capital structure-wise, it sort of follows the challenges that we've seen in other parts, but we are sort of slightly above our target in terms of leverage. But I should also see, as we gradually move out of the pandemic effect and manage to recover, that should also adjust properly. You can move to the next page. So what about creating value? I think it's really important to understand that the care service sector is a challenging sector. The private providers and us as a private provider, we are absolutely vital to offer the freedom of choice and to also be quicker in terms of developments. And we have the capacity and also the competence to make sure that we can secure a development for the sector as a whole, understanding which methodologies and what ways of working actually have the best, gives our clients the best possibilities going forwards. At Humana, we have an offering that is well adapted to the underlying market. It's nothing that comes for free. It's been an adjustment, and it's a continuous adjustment that we do over time. We invest in quality, and we also make sure that we can cater to the need to take care of more complex clients, or clients with complex challenges and needs. As I was into, we have a strong position to make acquisitions. Historically, our acquisitions have performed well, and with the fragmented market that we see and also the pressured industry, that creates possibilities for us. In the forefront of research and development, it's a bold statement, and it's something that I really value, that I think is important that we also make sure that we work towards becoming someone or a company that sets the reference for where the care sector should head in the longer run. And being an attractive employer is obviously, as I mentioned, absolutely core for us, both right now and in the years to come. And if you move to the next page, we have the purpose of sort of valuing the how should I say, everyone's entitlement to have a good life. And that's something that goes through all our Nordic countries. And if you go to the next page, this is something that we really value. We call it the Humana House. It's a philosophy that we rest on. And it's built from that vision. And what I think is important here to understand is that creating a successful care company comes from having the understanding of the requirements to really act in this sector. You have to have a quality that creates a foundation for the clients that you take care of. You have to have employees that are dedicated to this. We know that happy or satisfied employees is also a very important aspect when it comes to providing high quality care. But we also need to make sure that we have sound financials. We are still a publicly listed care company. We have so we've given the pleasure, I should say, to take care of investments our investors dedicate to us. So we need to make sure that we do that in a good way. But it is also a fact that we take care of taxpayers' money. So we need to make sure that we have a social contribution that we can demonstrate. So taking care of our inhabitants in the Nordic regions, their capital is really important to us. And as the very basic foundation here, to round off my little speech, is the core values. You can see that we've outlined business processes. Being such a big company, we have to have proper processes that we can rely on to make sure that the whole, the target areas or the pillars in our house can stand firm. But we need to make sure that when we don't have the actual paper or the routine there in place, we need to make sure that our gut feel is right. which is why we really value joy, engagement, and responsibility, and that we have a very thorough core values work ongoing continuously in the group. And moving to the next page, I just took the 4 pillars that we have and to give you a very short view on the strategic priorities. So, and to be this successful company, you have to look at all these, and you have to be real clear on the targets you have in each one of the areas. So from having a high quality operations, we need to make sure that we continue to drive our business forwards in terms of KPIs. So value the HQI, that's the Humana Quality Index that we've introduced, and make sure that we develop in the right way. We also need to make sure that we lift the lowest level of care to make sure that we don't have any of our units that are not performing as they should in terms of quality. We need to also have an organizational setup that can improve the quality follow-up. So we're on to that. In terms of being an attractive employer, it's literally, I would say, valuing the employee value proposition, understanding what our employees want, and how the need of the company as a whole can match the need of our employees. Without satisfied employees and without sufficient competence, we will not be successful at all. So we both need to make sure that we value the employees we have and secure that they don't leave, and to make sure that we have an efficient and modern recruitment process. And with, I should say, with 18,000 people, it's not something you do as a quick fix. We also need to make sure that we can have profitable growth. So we take care of the capital that's dedicated to us and do that in a responsible way. We need to make sure that we have a full recovery from the pandemic situation that hit us hard. We also need to have this initiatives, to put initiatives in place that will make sure that we can cater to a coming demand, whatever that might be, which means that we have to keep track of what's going on in the society around us. We have an ongoing change program in elderly care. We have struggled for quite some time with profitability in elderly care. We have a super nice operations. They're doing extremely well, but they have not been able to deliver on the financial side. And I should say they have also been extremely good at keeping up the energy throughout the really tough period with COVID, and as well as opening up 5 new elderly care homes during this burning pandemic. So they're doing a good job, but we need to make sure that they can also get the finances in place. And the organizational structure to secure that we have a central organization to support our business, that's really important. And finally, we take our social responsibility. As I said initially, we sit at the very core of social care. We take care of the inhabitants that need it, and we need to do that in both a professional and also efficient way to cater for the tax money that's provided to us. So we will continue to take that space in society as a whole and make sure we contribute. And with that, I round off with 1521. Thank you.
Okay, I think you're keeping the time very well. Moving on to Q&A, I think I'll start on something you touched upon, and that is that your business has, to a varying degree, been affected by the pandemic. And more recently, we have seen quite a negative impact from high sick leaves. And now, maybe moving into April and May, when it seems like the impact in society has decreased, have you also seen an improvement on your side?
We see an improvement. We see that sick leave and absence rates in total are definitely coming down. In some areas, approaching normal. In other areas, they continue to be high, but not as high as we saw in January when we had the peak. But there is we have offerings across all the Nordic regions, so both in the city centers and in the rural areas. And we see a clear pattern that in the more rural areas, COVID is still present. So we still have parts of our business that's affected, but it's sort of coming down. There is also a balance. Now when the pressure from the pandemic is slightly coming down, you would have thought, okay, occupancy will directly peak, but it takes a little while for us to actually meet the occupancy increase as sick leaves start to come down. There is also a slight lag between actual sick leaves and the personnel that are approaching or coming back to the care sector. So I think shortage of personnel we will live with for a bit time, for some months more, but it's definitely moving in the right direction.
Okay, and if we go to individual and family, which one could argue is perhaps your most important business area. I mean, it has had a couple of tougher quarters now, and it's in a bit of a transition period where you are adjusting the offering to meet demand. And can you just update it on how this is developing and sort of the outlook for when profitability can get back to historic levels?
I think if you look at the product category, if you want to call it like that, individual and family across the whole Nordic region, from a financial point of view, they are hit fairly hard because it's the final placements in these smaller units that make the total profitability, more or less. So it has an intrinsic volatility financially in the individual and family segment. I think when you're talking about individual and family, you're relating to the Swedish business area, and that's it's a slightly different challenge. The fourth quarter had a challenge in the division Young that had closures during 2021 that were very profitable. So they have, from a comparative point of view, they have carried that with them, so to say, into 22. And that comparison they will keep because they closed down a very profitable unit in around June time in 21, and then a couple of more during the autumn. So they will have that effect with them. In the division Young, which is still a substantial amount of the whole business in individual family, they are moving in the right direction. We can see occupancy is picking up. They are gradually moving up to not at the levels where they used to be, but they're on the right track. Something that's been hit by COVID is open care service. So open care is still not there. They did not see the levels they had previously, and the adult segment is sort of gradually also recovering. But it will take some time. It will take some time before individual and family is back. What we can say is that with the adaptations we made last year, we're way better positioned now to meet demand. Demand is there. We need to have the personnel to cater for it. And I should also say, in these times, with more complex clients, the more complex clients you have, generally you got to have skilled labor to take care of them. And we cannot make placements if we don't have the right competence in place. So moving in the right direction, but it will take some time.
Okay, and if we move on to personal assistance, you recently made a quite substantial acquisition, and I guess this will strengthen your already market-leading position here in Sweden. So tell us a bit about this acquisition and the segment.
Yeah, it's. I mean, first of all, the segment. We have a very good personal assistance business. We are large. We have definitely a large part of the market today in Sweden. We also have a Norwegian personal assistance business that is growing substantially, that actually now are sort of the largest division in Norway. we have worked with improving that business area over quite some time, and we are very pleased with the work they do. So that's why we also wanted to complete this larger acquisition, Assistans för dig. So that really strengthens our position in Sweden. So and I should say this company, they were founded in 2010. They're based in Stockholm. They have about 600 million in turnover, 2,000 employees. So they are. This is a big company, and one of the few large standalone personal assistance companies there is on the market, really. So and it's been a dialogue that has been ongoing for quite some time. So I must say, from a not from a purely I should say from a financial point of view, it's good for us. It's good acquisition, but also from an energy point of view, giving a lot of good vibes to the personal assistance team. That's not irrelevant in this with this acquisition. So we're very pleased.
Okay, and as a final question, I mean, you've been the CEO now for about half a year, and before that you've been in a couple of different business areas. Just looking forward, I mean, where do you see, or what areas in the market, you mentioned the potential growth areas before, are you most excited about when you look forward, maybe a bit more longer term?
I mean, I can see that the market has been pressured over quite some time. I mean, it's a pressured industry, so we have to figure out ways the places where we really contribute the most. And I am, I'm positive to good opportunities that comes around. But when it comes to driving our business somewhere, I think we are well positioned to take care of complex clients across the whole Nordic region. I think that's where we can offer something special to the municipalities, something they cannot do on their own. So I am interested in developing our business towards the more how should I say, severe clients or the more complex clients, which also brings us closer to, I should say, the healthcare sector. Because their needs look slightly different. But that's something that I think is interesting to look into, where we also have a pricing power, or so to say.
Okay, great. I think we'll stop here, and I would like to thank you, Johanna, for participating.
Thank you.
As this is our final presentation on the second track, I would like to thank everyone for participating in our Life Science Summit. But there's still one more presentation on the track one with synthetic MR, so don't miss that. Thank you very much.